Hi. Today we're going to work on exercise 1 in AutoCAD 2023. And this has to deal with 2D or 3D solids. So we're going to start off making a 2D sketch of the geometry that you see here. And basically we're going to model up the part, as you can see. Now there's a couple extrusions. You see this one right here, and then there's going to be one on the back. One's a 1/2 inch high, the other is 1 inch. And then there's a hole that we're going to take a look at how to put that in, as well as the fillets. That's the radiuses that you see here and here. And then the chamfers. The chamfers are the blue angles. So let's begin. Go to New and select the AutoCAD 3D template. And I'm going to go ahead and select the top plane here. And I'm going to hit this rotate button. So this is your object cube. It enables you to rotate the part. You also can do it with other methods, which I'm going to show you in just a minute. But we're going to start off by looking at it from this front view, or actually this top view. Now you'll see there's a Visualize and a 3D tab. You may not have those. If you don't have those, right click over here on the gray area. And actually, let me see if I can do it over here. There we go, on any tab basically. And you'll see Show Tabs, and make sure you select 3D Tools and Visualize. Now once you have those, if we go to Visualize, we could go and we could set up different visual appearances. So right here we have Realistic currently. I'm going to start off with 2D wireframe. And this is just a personal preference, just because it's easier to see. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to first draw the two-dimensional sketches. So go to the Home button, or Home tab I should say, and go ahead and find the Rectangle tool. Hover to the origin, and you'll notice my snaps are not on right now. So down below here we have the snap on, snap off mode. So by selecting that, it's automatically going to snap to 1/2 inch increments. So with this, we could go ahead now at the origin, click and drag up to the upper right, and you can see dimension boxes appear. The very first one at the top there, it's currently at 1.5. Let's go ahead and set that to 3. So go ahead and on your keyboard, just type in 3. You don't have to put 0.00, and then hit the tab key on your keyboard, and that will go to the alternate dimension. And for this one, we want 5, and hit Enter. After you hit that, you could go ahead and click on this top box here, and this will take us to the front, or I should say the top orientation. Now the wheel on your mouse will enable you to scroll in and out, and you can actually point and direct where you'd like to scroll in and out. So if I hover my crosshairs over the upper left corner and scroll towards it, I'll zoom up towards it, and vice versa. If you scroll backwards, you'll back up from it. But what we want to do next is we want to go ahead and put in a rectangle here at the bottom. So go to the Rectangle tool again, and we're going to go ahead and click on that corner there, drag it up and to the right, and it's already at 3, but you could, if you wanted, you could type in 3 and hit Tab, and that will lock it in, and then 1.5 and hit Enter. Now if you're having some problems with that, initially what I noticed on this release is I turned off this just temporarily and it worked, and then for some reason now it's working just fine. But anyhow, just make note of that. This actually are the specific snaps for endpoint centers, geometric centers, nodes. It's probably just operator error in my case, but it was kind of unusual. All right, let's go to the Circle tool. If you hit the little arrow underneath Circle, you'll see there's center radius and center diameter. We're going to go with the center diameter. Now hover your pointer in the upper left quadrant, and here you want to get to where you specify that this is going to be located at 1 by 4. So 1 inch upward and 4 inches to the right. So once you get that, and you could type them in as well if you're not able to snap to it, click and drag out a circle, and go ahead and type in 0.75. That's the diameter. Now, if yours turns out twice that size, make sure maybe you could hit Control Z, which is undo, or hit the undo button up here, and make sure that you selected the center diameter tool. Now that we have our geometry, we could go ahead and let's go over here to the right and see this little home button. If you click on that, it will automatically go to an isometric orientation. And from here, we could use the 3D tools. Let's go to 3D tools. Now, if you start off with a different template, there are some settings down below here that will enable you to go and change your workspace. But I have a video for that. If you go ahead and type in E1 AutoCAD, it's from 2016, and it'll show you how to do that if that's what you're interested in. But in this case, we could just use the tools directly because we're already in that 3D template. So you'll notice there's press and pull and there's extrusions. For this particular one, we're going to try press pull. I'm going to go ahead and select press pull, and I'm going to go within this boundary. Now notice because I have the circle drawn, that will automatically create a void in that area as I extrude it upward or drag it upward. So I go ahead and click, and as I drag it up, we could go ahead and type in the explicit value, so 0.5. We could use the ruler too, but it's just easier sometimes to type in the value. Now let's go ahead and go over this area here for the base and click and drag that up and type in 1 and hit enter. Now what that did is it created two separate volumes. So there's two different parts right there. So what we're going to do is we're going to merge them. And the way they merge them, it's called a union. And this is what they call Boolean operation, where it merges them. You could also subtract if they're intersecting each other or make an intersection between them. And let's this is basic primitive modeling from the early days. Go ahead and go to Union and select this part here. Okay, oops. And hit enter. And it should connect. Now I had to click twice. I got some interesting little dialogue that appeared up there. I actually clicked and dragged across to select them. But you just need to select both of the entities. If you go to shaded mode, it automatically selects the surfaces. So if we want to do that, we could go back here. And oh, also what I noticed on my selection tool here from an earlier setting, I had it set to face. So no filter is the option here under the 3D tools. That would enable us to select the other entities. So that's why I was having some difficulty. Also, the culling, go ahead and you could disable that. Controls whether objects that are hidden from view are highlighted when you roll over them. It is a nice tool, but sometimes it could cause some confusion. But for right now, we're going to we could leave that off. Now let's go ahead and shade this. So you go to the Visualize tab. And there's multiple ways of doing this, but then you go to Visualize here, and there's 2D wireframe, and you could go with Conceptual. There's Realistic, and I do like Realistic. Now notice here it says you can improve performance, 3D Pan, Orbit Tool. Just hit the close on that. We'll talk about that later. But we could also go to Shaded with Edges, and I do like that one in particular, especially for this next part, because you can see the edges clearly as you're hovering over them to select them. Okay, we're going to go ahead and now to rotate this, hold your shift key down on your keyboard and then depress the wheel on your mouse. Actually push it down and hold it as though it's a button. Move your pointer left or right and rotate it until you get to this orientation where basically on the view cube you have right, back, and top. You could even click on this little segment right here in between, and that will go to an isometric view off of that. Now, let's go ahead and we're going to go back to 3D Tools, and you'll see the fillet edge. If you hit the little arrow to the right of fillet edge, there's also a chamfer, and we're going to use that one as well. But let's first start off with the fillet. Now, the order of operations when it comes to fillets, usually it works best if you go with put in the largest fillets first and work your way down to the small ones. But I've seen that reverse every now and then. But I would say 90% of the time that's the key. This particular part's very easy, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay, now down below here in the dialog box, go ahead and click on radius. And it's already on mine, it's defaulting to 1 inch, which is perfect. I'm just going to hit enter. And I'm going to go ahead and proceed to select the edge right here. Notice how the edge turns blue. And then we get a nice preview. And the preview looks as though it's new for this release, which I really like. It does bring back the old faceted preview for a moment after you select both those edges that I just did. Those are only two I want you to select. Don't select any others just right now. And hit enter, and there's the facets. Hit enter again, and they disappear. So there we have the model. Let's go ahead and add a chamfer. Hit the little arrow underneath fillet edge and go to chamfer. And over here, go to distance. And we're going to put the chamfers on this 90-degree angle here. So if we make them equal, so 0.125, enter, and 0.125, that's the distances off of the edge. It should come out to 45 degrees for the angle. Hit enter again. And now there is a loop, but the loop will loop all the way around. We don't really want that. We just want a couple edges here. So this one here, and this one here. Now, I know in other CAD systems like Inventor, you could select these as well. It does. AutoCAD seems to have a limitation with that as far as I could ascertain, but it might be operator error. And if someone knows a better way, go ahead and just post it in the comments below. Hit enter and enter again. All right. Now, I think I accidentally hit another key there, but that's okay. It still went through. Now, to replay that chamfer tool without having to click on the icon again, just hit the enter key, and it should bring it back. Now, go ahead and click on distance, and look at that. It remembers our 0.125 for that. Hit enter again, and 0.125 again. So we don't have to type in those values if we're going to reuse them. So select this edge now, and this one along here, and that one. Hit enter and enter. Okay, so now we could see we have the chamfers in. We're almost done. We're going to go ahead and put the shell element. We're going to make it a thin-walled part. So if you hold the shift key and rotate this around, remember what mouse button do I hold for rotation? So we hold the shift key on the keyboard and the wheel on the mouse. All right, and then you could, if you want to get perfect isometric, you could click on that little cube in there. And let's now go to shell. Now the shell says select the solid. Go ahead and click on the solid and hit enter. And now let's go ahead and select the faces we want to. You know what? I think I hit enter too quickly there. Let me hit escape there. Hit enter again. Okay, enter a solid editing. All right, let's see here. Face. Oops, let me hit escape. Let's just hit escape there. I messed that up. Let's go to shell, select the 3D solid, and now you select the faces to remove. So click there, click on this face, and you're probably saying, wait, why are you selecting all the faces? Don't worry, we're just selecting these out underside faces. Once those are all selected, now you could hit enter. Those are the faces that are going to be removed. And look at to the right of my pointer, I get a dialog box, and how thick do I want to make the wall? So let's make a 0.062. Enter. And now go ahead and hit exit here and hit exit again. All right, and there is our shelled part. Now I'm going to show you how to add some colors to this. Now for adjusting colors and such, first of all, go to the visualize. And right here under material, go to material browser. Now my material browser is rather large. I'm on a 4K monitor and I'm only recording at 1080. So the scale's kind of weird here. So just be aware, yours might look much smaller. Now you can adjust these if you go to change your view. I have mine set to 32 by 32 for the thumbnail size, so I could see them. Otherwise they're really small. Like by default, I think it's 16, which for some screens, it looks fine. On this large screen that I'm using, it's a little too small for me. And then you could move these around just like an Excel spreadsheet. And so you could see the type is plastic and the sort by. So you could sort by metals, woods, plastics. As you hit this, you'll see there's glass. Went back to plastics. It is alphabetic. And you'll see wood, all sorts of materials and metals. Let's go ahead And you could select anything you like. The metals are really neat, but with the background that we have, it's a little bit too dark. So like right here we have smooth, light beige, smooth light gray. Let's find ivory looks pretty good. Okay, so we're about ready to use that. But what you want to do here, let me just move this out of the way a little bit so you can see this. And if you remember under 3D tools, you have the ability to go with filter and no filter. Make sure no filter is on. That selects the whole part. Now we could go ahead and I think I wanted ivory. Yeah, let's go ahead and click on ivory, hit the little adds material. And it's pretty close to what it was prior to this. So unfortunately you can't, I should have probably picked a different color, but that's okay. Next one we'll see. Now let's change the color of the holes in the chamfer. So over here for no filter, set it to face. And just select, what's really nice here is you don't have to hold control. You can just select the faces you want to add the colors to. And they highlight temporarily. And now you could select the different color. So for example, if I want this blue plastic, I just hit enter. And now it looks as though nothing happened. But remember and visualize. Under visualize, I'd pick shaded with edges, which doesn't capture the colors that you had. So if you go to realistic, now we can actually see what the colors look like. All right, another thing that you might want to do here to make it look better is turn on perspective. So just click in the dialog here and type in perspective, and you'll see the option right there. And the value, we're going to set it to 1. 0 is off. 1 is on. Oops. There we go. All right, and so what that did is it creates a vanishing point. So like when you take a picture from the back of a room, everything gets smaller the further away it is from the camera lens. That's what you're adding here. That gives it the appearance of realism. Okay, you could also, there's some additional items in here. You have render, so you could go over here, render to size, and you could select a specific size, like for 1080, 1920, full HD. And there's render to cloud, which if you're a student, I believe they give you some cloud time, which basically you get to use their supercomputers at Autodesk, or you could use your processor. My computer's pretty decent, so I don't really need to use that, but I'm going to go ahead and go underneath here to render. Now I'm going to use render window. And it might take a minute here. And if I I'm going to do a Control-Alt-Delete to see if it's actually working here. Okay, apparently it's not. So let's see what's going on there. Did I miss something here? So low. Let's make sure. Render in window. Low. Let's try render cloud. Oh, we got to save it. Okay. Okay, it's being rendered online. And because I have this truncated view, unfortunately I can't see all the icons here. I'm just trying to see if there's, because I know there's a way to render it not on the cloud, so I'm not sure where that is. Normally it is in here, but I'm not seeing it for some strange reason. And then render to window isn't working. Okay, not sure why that's doing that. Anyhow, this is still a pretty decent view. Those of you in my class you can now go to, if you go to the AutoCAD up here, or AutoCAD, go to Export, and you'll find Create PDF. Now when you select the PDF option here, you could give it a name. So in this case, this is exercise 1. Or E1. And then the display, we could go to Extents, or you could go to Window. I'm going to go to Extents, and let's hit Save. And that should have created my PDF. And so that's pretty much it. You take that PDF, those of you in my class, go ahead and just submit that in D2L and the assignments. And there's one for the exercise and there's ones for the labs. So as you do those labs, which I'm going to show you next, you can tinker with that. But I really encourage you, play with these colors, and it's a lot of fun. It's pretty cool what it does. Okay. Looks good. All right, so next, what I'm going to go ahead and do here is we're going to look at the manual. So the training guide, if you go to for TANU 1, so I'm going to go ahead and bring over Chrome here, TANU1.com, and you'll notice it says not secure. There's no transactions going on here, so I don't bother to secure it with financials. Anyhow, as we take a closer look here, you'll find the instructional manuals, and there's the Autodesk AutoCAD 3D. That's the class we're in, and the training guide is a PDF, and it's unfinished. It's a work in progress currently. I keep thinking I'm going to get it started on it, and I haven't done much with it. Done a few things, but it's a good resource for the actual, you can see this is from 2021, for the dimensions that we use for these parts for right now. It actually is based off of my inventor manual, so there are some similarities, but they're both different products. But what you can find on here are the labs. So on page 21 here, here's lab 1, and it looks like the letter F. It's 2 inches by 3.5. Let's go ahead and give that one a shot. So I'm going to drag that over here, and let's go to New, AutoCAD 3D, and we could go ahead and select, we're going to use the line tool this time. Oh, let's go to Top, flip that around. Again, this is just my personal preferences here. And I'm going to turn on the grid. Zoom out, and we can now go to Home, and we'll use the line tool. Now Polyline is might even be better in this case, but let's just use the line tool for right now. Click, drag this up, and that should be 2. Enter. And now across to the right, this is going to be 1. Then down, it's going to be 1. Now here's the thing, if you hit enter, it's going to end the line. So let's see, we could hit tab. Oh, darn it. Let's just do that one more time. 1, enter. And then this next one is 0.75. Enter. This goes straight up. Now this is where you got to turn off or disable the snap just for a minute. And we want to make sure that it's 90 degrees. 1. Go across here, and then this one is 0.75. And then down, and then we go about, actually, rather than putting the dimensions and doing the reverse math, I'm going to go down a little bit, like right about there, click, and I'm just going to eyeball this across. Click, And I'm going to infer, and actually I could turn, let's see, I'll infer to that. I'm trying to get it to capture that snap there. That's okay. If we can't get it, we'll connect it and then hit escape. Now, what we could look at are parametrics. Now, parametrics have been in AutoCAD for some years now. They weren't in there when I first started using it in 1986, but they gradually made their way in there over the past decade or so. So what we're going to do is parametrics enables us to lock things in. Like, for example, if we're not sure about that line right there, maybe we want that to be horizontal or vertical. Like right here, there's horizontal. And so you could go ahead and select it, and you see the little horizontal symbol. Now, we could do auto constrain and just have it capture everything just like that and hit enter. And now look at that. We have all these constraints and connection points, coincident, horizontal, vertical, parallel. Now, using the dimensions as well, this is really nice because it captures the dimensions and allows you to change them, and it updates everything. The old methods of changing lengths is just there's extend and things like that where you edit the sketch. But in this case, I'm going to go to linear. I'm going to click right there, drag the dimension down, click to drop it, and this is supposed to be 3.5. And you see everything actually adjusts. Let's go ahead and add the next one. Hit enter again. It should remember. Actually, let's make sure. Yeah, linear is fine. Okay, so click there and there. Drag it to the right, left, I'm sorry. Click. And 2 is what we want, so we can just hit enter. And hit enter again. We're still in linear. So we can click here to here, drag that up, that's 1, hit enter. Now in the drawing, I do a baseline dimensioning. So let's follow that. So 1.75 and 2.5. Enter to get back. Oh, you know what, by moving that, there we go. Okay, so from this point to this point, 1.75, enter, and then enter again from this point to this point, 2.5. So those were already set up because I was doing the math in my head, subtracting when I was adding those, I should say putting those dimensions in. I'm going to hit escape now, and you'll see the dimensions. You could go ahead and move them and relocate them. In this case, they're pushing outward because they're in the way otherwise. And you see the little locks on there. Now let's get, actually we still have a couple more here. Let's go ahead and add this one from here to here. And this actually needs to be 0.85. And then this dimension here, hit enter, from here to here. And that should be 1, and there it is. Now you have the ability to show and hide all, so if you don't want to see them, you can turn them off, but they're still there. All right, there's also delete constraint. There's angles, there's diameters. Okay, and also the parametrics, you could show or hide all. So if you want to hide all those, there. There is a way too to change the dimension style so it doesn't have like the annotation constraint mode. I believe. One of those gets rid of the D4. Anyway, I know that's in there. I'll search for it later. But let's go now and we're going to extrude this. Now, there's a limitation once you do go to extrude this. So let's go to home. Actually, let's go to 3D tools. And you could go to press pull. But let's go to the home button over here. Click and drag that up. Now, this is supposed to be 0.5 thick. Now let's see if we have a problem with it. Might be, let's see if it's a solid. If we go to view or visualize, and it looks good. Sometimes it will create a hollowed out area, and that's if the geometry isn't completely enclosed. But because we have the constraints, I think that helped it. Now, here's one of the issues. If you made this out of a solid, you would hope that if you change this dimension and widen it, which you can do, it would update the solid. But take a look here. I could type in 4, hit enter. It extended this out, but it didn't extend the solid. Now, if you were to make this a surface, surfaces actually are parametric. They will update with it. If we extrude that instead of as a solid, there's an option as a surface. And we go into surfaces more in exercise 11. So we've got a ways to go before we start really looking at those. But the other method here is you have the push-pull, which you could use. So under 3D Tools, if we want to extend that, you just click on Press Pull. Click on that surface and extend it out. And in this case, it was an additional 0.5. And so it is pretty easy to fix, but it's just beware it's not fully parametric. I mean, you do have parametrics in there for the sketch, but the models don't necessarily update. Now, I encourage you all to tinker around with this geometry. And so let's have a little fun. Go ahead and put on the fillet edge and go to radius. 1 inch is a little too big for this one, so let's go with 0.5 and select some edges. Oh, interesting. We're actually seeing the facets, which makes me think it might be a collection of surfaces here. But no, if it were surfaces, it would have actually updated. So never mind that. All right, so I'm going to hit enter and enter. And look at that. You're able to have a little fun there. And let's say we wanted to shell it. So we could go now to shell, select the solid, and then select the faces for it to open. Hit enter, and then select the wall. Now remember, don't try and make the wall too thick. It can't be thicker than the actual part. So you want to set to like something like 0.1 or 0.06 and enter, enter. And now we have a thin-walled part. Very quickly, you can have a little fun with it. And also, don't forget, you could go to Visualize and tinker with the material color. So the material browser, we could bring that up. Let's go to 3D Tools, no filter, so we'll change the whole part's color. Let's try green plastic, why not? Oh, and because you're not seeing the color, you have to go to Visualize and make sure, set it to realistic. I believe shaded will do it. Nope. So you really, looks as though, thought that some of these did actually bring in the colors. There is X-ray. Oh, there, you can see the green with X-ray. Realistic, of course. And then you could select individual surfaces by going to 3D Tools, select face. Let's just select the top face and say we want that to be this color. And there we go. All right, now when you're going to export this out for me, for those of you in my class, give me the best view. Oh, by the way, Control and the middle mouse button, or actually just the middle mouse wheel, if you hold it, will pan. You don't have to hold Control. Okay, give me the most descriptive view of your model, and then again we just go up here to Export and PDF. Now the other option you could do when you select this, and this will be L1 for Lab 1, and under Export we could select Window, and let me show you what that does. For that, you just click and drag a fence to surround the geometry you want in the window, and then go ahead and hit Save. And let's do one on the desktop here so we could see it. Okay, and here is the rendering. I should say the PDF. All right, the next thing we need to do here. Let's bring our training guide over here. So then there's Lab 1B, which is this part here, and it's 3x5 and 1.5 inch cutout, and then it's 1.5 inches thick, and the cutout actually is 1 inch deep. So let's go to new. And now what I recommend, those of you in my class, try doing these on your own. Pause my video, try modeling it just from the drawing. And then if you get stuck, watch the video. Or when you finish, watch the video and you'll see different tricks that I might not have shown in the exercise. Okay, so AutoCAD 3D template. And I'm going to get rid of the colors here. And I'm going to go ahead and sketch in this mode. This isn't so bad. I mean, it's actually very nice. It's just, I like wireframe. Okay, and then over here, oops, get rid of that. Turn on snap mode. Click there. And again, 3. Actually, this one is kind of reversed. It's 5 inches wide by 3. And click on top to center it. Now this is, again, because I have a 4K screen, I think it made the line font very thin. So again, that's one of my preferences under Visualize. And you can change the line font too. I just don't want to go into that just yet. But the wireframe is a little easier to see. But if you're looking for the options, you could click on AutoCAD and Options. And here you can change a lot of those settings. We're not going to go into all the details here. I just wanted to show you where some of the 3D settings are, and also snap markers. Here's 3D modeling and section profiles and such. So we'll just cancel that for right now. Okay, so we have the geometry here. Let's go ahead and I'm going to draw in, let's see, go back home. Let's draw the circle here. All right, and for this particular drawing, oops, did I close my training guide? Oh no, there it is. We see the dimensions, there are holes, 4 of them, and they're positioned 3/4 of an inch off of each corner, and they're 1/2 inch through. So again, we go to center diameter, and we could use parametrics for this. Actually, that might be easier. Let's do one here and make it 0.75. And that looks way too large. Let's Control Z that. That was supposed to be 0.5, my mistake. Center diameter. Let's get it right about there. 0.5. Oops. All right, now to position that, let's go to the parametrics. And let's auto constrain. So click and drag a fence to surround everything, hit enter. That locks it all down. One area too is the corner. It's a good idea to lock it. So see the lock there and click on the corner. That way nothing moves. All right, and now we're going to go to the dimensions. Here to here. It's 3 inches, hit enter, and then hit enter again from here to here. It's going to be 5, enter, and then the diameter, and let's turn off the snap. It's a grid. 0.5, and now we use dimensions to locate it. Watch this, we go to linear, select the center point, or actually just select the outer edge, and then to this point here. And we could pick this one or the other one. So right here, click on that. That's going to be 0.75. And you'll see it relocate. Hit enter again. It should select the circle, select that same point, and move it over here. Click, and 0.75. Now it's perfectly positioned. What we're going to do is we're going to mirror that across now. So here's a little technique. Go back home. I'm going to draw a line, and we can find the midpoint. Actually, let's make sure midpoints are turned on right here. There's midpoint, click, drag it across, click, hit escape, and enter again, and there's midpoint for this direction. Click. All right, now we want to get that mirrored across. So let's go to the mirror tool. Oh, you know, we didn't even need those, actually. I keep forgetting that it would have allowed us to just do it. All right, so we have select mirror object, so we're going to select this. Enter. Now, first point. So right there to there, and erase source object. No, we want the original. Okay. Now, let's go mirror these across the other way. Hit enter. Select the objects to mirror, this circle, hit enter, and select this point here to this point here, which we didn't even need those. Hit no here. Okay, so actually, let's just get rid of those. Click on those lines. We don't need them. They're extra. Okay, now let's go ahead and take a look. We have this cutout right here, and it's 1.5 inches across. So 0.75 from center. So actually, we could control Z to bring back that vertical line, and we could use that. I could click on it and use the regular techniques for offset, and specify the offset distance from here. And let's go ahead and type in 0.75. Click, enter, do that again, enter, and that way. Oh, do that again, enter, click, and there, oops, let's do that again. Select what we want. Click. Ah, darn it. Let's try that one more time. Sorry, folks. Okay. Click. 0.75. Click. Ah. All right. I should have hit exit there. But let's do that one more time. Select the object, specify the offset distance, 0.75. There we go. All right. So let's get rid of this line here. We no longer need it. Oops. And now we could rotate this, and let's do the press pull. So we could select this. Now if there's multiple, select multiple right down here, and select this, and that. Now hit enter, and drag it all down. And we want this to go a depth of 1.5. And now let's go to press pull again and just capture that center. And oh, isn't that interesting? Because of the dimensions, it's interfering. Let's hit escape there. Let's turn off those. Go to parametrics, and good reason to hide all. Oh. Well, let's at least get them out of there. Let's see. Just click on the dimension. There's a little box that appears. You can drag them out. Oh, there's actually a little box that it created in there. That's odd. Let's delete this whole thing. And let's go to shaded for a second. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, so we're almost there. All right, so let's get these off here so we don't have that same strange phenomena. Again, probably operator error. Okay, go back to 3D Tools, press pull. Now that will be 1.5. And now I could go back to press pull, that same little boundary area, drag it down. This will be 1. And it will cut away that material. All right, now we just have to merge those. So that's a union. Select this, this, and this. Enter. And there it is. All right, feel free to have a little fun with it. Again, you can put some fillets in. Now let's put in 0.75 in this case. There we go. And then let's put some chamfers on those edges. So distance 0.125, enter 0.125. You could do like 0.25 if you want a different angle. Let's actually, let's put that on the actual edges of the holes and look at that. You could get a countersink. Oh, interesting. That's that limitation I was talking about earlier, where it doesn't like separated boundaries, but that's okay. You get the idea. All right, and let's now go to shell. And we could go ahead, select the body. Let's shell out this area. Now, this would not be practical for manufacturing necessarily, unless we get the bottom too. Rotate that. Get the bottom. Hit enter and enter. Oh, required 0.06. Enter, enter. All right, look at that. So again, we made a neat little part. Let's go ahead and go to AutoCAD, export PDF, and this will be L1B. And the page setup, actually display, let's do extents, save, and that's it. And that concludes exercise 1 of AutoCAD 2023. Thank you.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Chris Sikora, and I'm going to step you through Autodesk AutoCAD 2021 exercise 2. In this exercise, we take a look at the solids capability with the Revolve feature. And we're also going to look a little bit at the Parametrics functionality and how that could remove some of the, what I call witchcraft, as far as offsetting lines and trimming tons of things. You're actually going to see we're going to not even use the trim tool, but yet we'll make a pretty decent sketch in here. So as you can see up on the screen currently, that is the model that is our goal. And it's a solid model. You can see that there's some dimensions on it, and it has some features, some fillets, and so on and so forth. So let's begin. I'm going to go to New, and as always, I just use the standard, the AutoCAD 3D. And what we're going to do here is I'm going to go to the Home button, and I am going to go with the, instead of World, I'm going to go to Front. And now We could click on the top plane there, rotate it 90 degrees clockwise, counterclockwise, sorry, and under view, under visualize, instead of realistic, set it right now to wireframe. And later on we could go back and change it to something different. But it's just easier to see. Now I zoomed out with a couple scrolls of my mouse, short little scrolls, just to see this a little bit easier. I'm going to turn on the grid, the snap I should say, snap to grid. And let's go over to home. Now we're going to start off with the line tool. Now you can see we're going to create that cross section that you saw, that wheel. And so let's go to line. And right here on this first point, let's make it 1 inch high. Okay, oops, I don't think I drew that. Let me try, hit enter again, click, and then just click right there. And then hit escape. Now hit enter again and it resets our line tool. And go to that origin there, click, and drag this out. And we know, I'll show you what the drawing looks like in a second. It is supposed to be about 2.5 inches to the left. So 2.5, enter. Okay, then we're going to go and hit escape for right now. Okay, I'm going to turn off the snap and zoom up a little closer. So we have the general configuration, what we're looking for, and where I'm getting this in the training guide. Now this is a training guide, this is the SOLIDWORKS training guide, it's my Creo, it's my Inventor training guide. I use the same models in all those different systems, and so I have to write this training guide. I haven't done it yet. But you could see here, you could take it out of any training guide, there's the dimensions of our cross section. And we're just going to draw 1/2 of the mirrored over. So all these will be halvesies as far as the dimensions go. So we can see the 5 inches across, that's dimensioning past the center line of where the full size of the wheel. We're only going to do 2.5. And then you can see over here, this is 2 inches high, so we'll drop 1 inch. And then over here, you'll see 18 degrees on that little spacer there. And a 3/4 inch diameter hole, so 0.375, we'll draw that. So let's begin. Click on the line tool and glide up to this edge here, and let's actually glide up to that point and click. Now drag it to the left and 0.375, enter. Now drag it up, and we don't really know what this dimension is. It's actually going to be a combination of constraints with the angle that we're going to have in just a moment, some other dimensions. So for right now, I'll just say it's about 0.9-ish. Okay, and just drag it straight up. Now this one we do have a value for, it's 0.4. Hit enter, and it goes across. Now this, we're going to go ahead and we want this to be 108. And basically that you saw that 18 degrees, 90 plus 18. Okay, so let's just get that to where it's 108. And the actual dimension of 0.8-ish, that's good. Like mine's 0.8011. Just get it close. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just so you're not touching the bottom line yet. Click. Now drag across here, and this one's going to be approximately 1 inch. So just get close. Click. Drag this up again, a little less than 1 inch. Click, and then across. Now this one we do have a dimension for, 0.25. Now go straight down and connect, and then hit escape. Now what I meant to do actually was have that go all the way out to that end line, but that's okay. We're going to add some constraints here that will help us out with that. So first of all, parametrics. Now parametrics are like Autodesk Inventor, which as well as Fusion 360 implement this technology. Parametrics is a wonderful thing. In the old days, to draw this, we would have actually taken the line in the center where the Y is and offset it 0.375, and then we might offset it 2.5 to the left, and then minus that by, maybe 2.25. And so you'd make a lot of offsets of these lines. Then you'd be trimming, you'd be extending. That's all a waste of time. With parametrics, it eliminates the need to do that. And so you can see we haven't used the trim tool at all, and we have our profile just about done, but let's take a closer look. So let's go to the parametrics, go to auto constrain, and over here click and drag a fence to surround everything. and hit enter. Now hit show all, and you'll see all these little blocks come up with symbols in them. A lot of these are parallelism. So if you hover over this, there's parallelism. And as you hover over it identifies, it highlights brighter the lines that are associated with that particular constraint. And these are common elements of geometry. Like, look at that, that's horizontal. It's going to lock in horizontally. This is coincident. The 2 points intersected, and that's a coincident point. So it's added those things for us with the auto constraint. Now we need to help it along a little bit. There's 2 layers of parametric constraints. So you have dimensions and you have these common elements of geometry. So using those, it eliminates the need to have to do a lot of trimming and all that other work. You can do some really cool things without all of what I used to call like witchcraft. It's not really witchcraft, but it's just a term, like you're offsetting lines and making things tangent and calculating the geometry, which was a lot of work. Sorry, I'll go into this now. Okay, so another thing we might want to do, see the lock tool? Click on the lock up there. We're going to lock down this corner here. All right, and hit enter, and maybe lock down this one up here. Hit enter, and let's go ahead and lock down that one too. And I think that we already got that one. Okay, so by locking those, we're going to be able to add some constraints and they won't float away on us. So let's go now to linear and click on this point and this point here. Drag the dimension down. It should be 0.375. So just click, hit enter, and that's fine. Okay, if it isn't, you could go ahead and change it, and that's the beauty of parametrics. It will actually update. I don't want to change it right now. I'm going to wait till we get a few more constraints on before we start tinkering with that. All right, the next one we know, hit enter again, click on this point and this point. Oops, drag that up, 0.4. That's exactly what it is supposed to be. Click, enter. Over here, let's enter again, and it goes back to our dimension tool. Click on this point, and that is supposed to be 0.25. Hit enter. Now it would be nice if it automatically did this, but I'm not aware of any way in the software to do it. Other softwares do automatically do it, but this one we have to help it along a little bit. As far as I know, if someone knows a way, please post that in the comments below, because I'd like to know. All right, and now let's hit enter again, and now we have to actually, yeah, we're in linear, so select this point here to this point here, and that is supposed to be 1. Look at that. Remember, that one was not perfect because we didn't know the exact dimension. So click, type in 1, hit enter, and it will even it out. All right, now hit enter again, click on this point here, and we could click on that point there, drag it to the left, click, and that's going to be 0.125. All right, you see that the geometry is starting to adapt. It just moved a little bit there. Okay, now we need to go ahead and add the angle in. So let's go over here to the angle. Click on this line and this line here and get that down there. And you can see it's at 17. When we adjusted it, maybe it changed. Click, that's supposed to be 18. And you'll see we're now constrained. Oh, we have one more. Go back to linear. And this point down here to this point here, and bring it, zoom out maybe a little bit, bring it straight up, and that's going to be 1 inch. And just hit the top there, and it should center. Okay, let's go back to our training guide. We could look at that. Now these training guides, by the way, are at vertanu1.com. I don't have the one for AutoCAD up just yet, but maybe by the time you are looking, you'll see it. We have Creo, SolidWorks, and Autodesk. Any of those have the same exact lessons with the same dimensions. You could just go in there, find it, click on it. They're free PDFs. Page 29 will bring you here, and you can see the dimensions. All right, and that covers all the dimensions that we had on here that we needed. And remember, a lot of them we went like halves. All right, the next step, we want to mirror that over. So click here, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit better there. I'm going to turn off, I'm going to hide all those constraints. And I'm going to go home, I'm going to go to the Modify box and find Mirror. Now, up here, click and drag to surround the geometry you want to mirror. Notice mine isn't quite on enveloping the vertical center line. We don't need that, and we don't want the line attached to it. So right here is good. Click on that. Hit Enter, and now it's asking for 2 points. So we could click on this point here, and then this point right here. And hit Erase Objects. No, you don't want to erase objects. And you know what I just realized is I forgot a dimension here, the 2.5. So let's try and add that. Go back to Parametric, and let's see what happens here, because I haven't tried it like this. It should just update. So like if we click here on that point to this point, drag that up, and that needs to be 2.5. We should see it stretch. There it goes. Unfortunately, notice it didn't carry over the geometry below it. Perhaps if I'd done another auto constraint, it would have aligned them collinear. But we could do that. You'll see we actually have, there is a collinear right here. A collinear constraint enables to select this line and make this one collinear to it. It should move over. But then we have this issue here, and I'm going to hit Enter again and see if we could fix that collinear to collinear. And there we go. It's all aligned now. The other thing you could do if it's too complex of a sketch is just delete that geometry underneath and remirror it after you have everything set. So as you can see, we've got it to work. All right, I'm going to hit Escape, and now we're ready to, we don't want to revolve just yet. What we want to do, if we revolve this, we'll get a collection of surfaces, which then we can try and knit together, but it doesn't work really well. I'm not really pleased with the result. We want a solid. And you can print out, if your goal is to 3D print or send this to Mastercam or something, or CAM software, you are able to take surface geometry and use that for that. But solids are really nice because solids give us other advantages later on. And they do print out a little bit easier sometimes than just a collection of surfaces, because there are normals, there's a front and a back side to every surface, and I don't want to go into detail on that. But, so this is what we need to do. If we go back home, you'll see under Modify, there is the Join feature. We want to join this profile so that we could revolve it. But if we do that right now, it blows away our parametrics. All those dimensions, those constraints. And the beauty of parametrics is the ability, as you can see, to change without redrawing everything. Now, yeah, people could argue, well, there's extend and there's things like that. Not the same. It's not the same. You want to try and maintain these parametrics. So I'll get off my soapbox and let's continue. Here's my suggestion. You don't have to do this. If you don't care about it, you don't have to. But let's go to Mirror. Click here and drag to surround that geometry. All right. Hit Enter. And now our center line that we drew there, click and it will mirror it across. Erase objects? No. You want to maintain that on the other side. Now I'm going to hit Escape. Well, actually, I don't even need to hit Escape. It's already Escape. But you'll see we have two sides. Now this is what we want. This side on the right we'll actually use. We'll maintain the left just in case we ever need to go back and change something. So let's now go to Solid. No, I'm sorry, not Solid. Let's go to Modify, Join, and click and surround just this geometry here. And hit Enter. Notice the dimensions disappear. This is what I was telling you about. We don't want to lose those dimensions. That's our way to be able to modify and change it if changes come down. And when you're manufacturing and design and engineering, changes always occur. So that's why it's so important to maintain that. So, and if someone knows a better way than this, please post it down below. This is the way I'm doing it though. Okay. So now that we have that, it's all joined, we can now go to the Solid tab, go to Revolve. Now, I'm going to just click over here to select this geometry. I'm going to hit Enter. And now the axis point. So right here, in the center to here. Okay, and let's just hit enter. It should go 360 degrees. If it's not, look down below there and type in 360. You could always hit undo, or Control Z will undo it if you got it. But let's change this now. Go to visualize, go to conceptual, shift in the middle mouse button, and there is our 3D model. Okay, and if you hover over it and wait, it'll say 3D solid. Now, if we'd done it without joining it, you'd get 3D surfaces, and it looks kind of on the sloppy side. A lot of lines and geometry, but that's just surfaces. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and do some filleting. So let's go and do that. So let's go to the Solid tab, go to Fillet Edge, and if you don't see it, hit the little arrow under here. If it says chamfer, we want fillet. Okay, down here, go to Radius, set it to 0.06, so 60 thousandths, and select this edge here, select that edge there, this one here, that one, and what the heck, we'll just do a bunch of them. Now I'm going to grab this bottom one right here, and we could use our Superman X-ray vision. Select that one inside there without having to rotate. You could rotate if you need to see it. Oh, that was one I don't think I want. Oops. Wanted to try and deselect it. Anyway, we'll just leave it. Okay, so now that I have a few of those selected, I'm going to hit radius. Oh, we already had 0.6. Hit enter. And enter, and enter. All right, let's just add a different one to mix it up a little bit. Go to Fillet Edge, let's go to Radius, let's go to 0.5, so a ½ inch, and select this edge right in here. Okay, and hit enter, and enter. All right, now, if we want to change some colors, notice the dimensions are still there. If we ever needed to update that, we could. We could just double click on those dimensions and make changes to them. Now, would it update the solid model? No, this does not have that functionality unless you, it's my understanding, unless you maintain it as surfaces, but when we go to solids, that's a limitation. If you're looking for something like that, Inventor or Fusion 360 are suited very well for those. So take a look at that if you like. Okay, now let's see about under visualize, and we could go to materials browser, and you could select different materials, and you know what, I'm going to skip this part. But anyhow, normally I like to show some other functionality, but we'll take a look at that in labs. And that concludes exercise 2. Hi, I'm Chris Sikora. We're going to step through exercise 3 in AutoCAD 2021. As you can see on the screen, that's our goal, and it's a forged ratchet body, and some of the features on it are, we have the head here that has some pockets, it has a recess, so we're going to learn the offset tool. We also have draft on the part, so we're going to learn how to put draft. Now, those of you who aren't familiar with what draft is, or a taper, it puts an angle on items so they could pull out of a mold typically. So it's meant for manufacturing in many cases, sometimes aesthetics as well, but we're going to see how that's done. So we're going to look at multiple ways to create this. So let's begin. Now, first of all, the training guide could be found on vertanu1.com, instructional manuals, and I'm just using the Autodesk Inventor training guide for right now until I could write the training guide for AutoCAD. And this exercise is actually starts on like page 30 or 29, and it goes through all the dimensions are in there and how to build it. And I just have to update it for AutoCAD. So let's begin. First of all, I'm going to go to New Part. And we're going to use the AutoCAD 3D. And again, I'm not setting anything significantly different than the installed version. Okay, so I don't really modify it heavily. One thing though, I do like to go right away and use 2D wireframe, and we toggle back and forth, but 2D wireframe is really nice. And then also I like to go to the top view orientation and just rotate it right here 90 degrees counterclockwise so that the Y is in the upward direction. Now we're going to start off with some sketching. We're going to sketch the head and create the head and the features in it, and then we're going to create the other features. Again, there's probably 30 ways to build this model. All right, I went to the line tool, and then I'm going to go down here to the snap on, and that's just so I could snap at the origin. Click, and I'm going to drag this up. We want this to be 0.75 in height, and that's actually going to be the distance between the two arcs that we'll see on the head of the ratchet. So I'm going to hit escape after I got that in there. Now I'm going to proceed. I'm going to use the center radius, and the reason I'm using the center radius is because that's in the textbook that I have. That's what I ended up using. So right away we see some issues with the snap-on, so I'm going to turn this off for the grid snap. And let's go ahead and put in, first of all, for this, we're going to put in 0.6. And then now this one we want to snap to, let's hit enter again, snap to that center, and this is going to be 0.75. Okay, now this is where we're going to use some parametrics. Now I know there's ways to make tangent lines and such, there's other methods, but I like to incorporate parametrics from time to time just to show you, because this is truly the way most CAD systems work these days. AutoCAD, like I said, I used it back starting in 1986, and the parametrics wasn't in there, but parametrics came out the next year in other CAD systems and filtered down into AutoCAD eventually too, and so it's a very nice tool. And so let's go to auto constrain, click and drag around those, hit enter. If you want to see what it did, just hit show all, and you see it just made a vertical line there. But let's go ahead and we're going to start adding some dimensions here. So let's go to the radius tool and click on the bottom there, drag that down, click, it's already at 0.6, so just hit enter. And let's hit enter again. Click on this edge. My preview isn't showing, but that's okay. 0.75. All right, one other thing I like to do is use the lock tool. Now by locking down either the top or the bottom point, we're in good shape. We just don't want it to move around. And I'm going to hit show all again, and you can see the lock down there. All right, so now we have some geometry there. We're ready to go. Let's go now to the home, and we're going to take the line tool, and over here on the left, away from the head, click and drag a little line, maybe 1.5 inches or so at a slight angle, hit escape when you're done. And now we're going to go back to parametrics and use the tangent feature and select the circle. We'll go with the 0.75 first, and then the line, hit enter again, go with the circle down at the bottom and the line, and you'll see it should align to each other. So now we could just trim. So let's go over here to the trim tool, and I went to home and trim, and I'm going to trim out this in the middle and get that out of there. And then these little segments, that's why I had to draw it a little bit bigger so that you could trim it up. Now if it wasn't aligned, you could use the extend as well. All right, now I'm going to hit escape. I'm just making that 1/2. I'm going to mirror that over to the other side. So let's go to the modify down here, find mirror, and select this line right here, hit enter, and center to this top center point, click, and we should see it on the other side, so hit no. And now we could go to trim and just trim that geometry out. It's in there. Remember, you could always hit Control-Z undo if you did it wrong, and then trim it again. I'm going to hit escape. All right, so we have the basic form of the head of the ratchet. Now what I like to do with AutoCAD, because of its the way it works, is I like to put the other details in as well. So for example, let's go to the circle tool. We have some Actually, let's see the sizes here. You can see here we have this pocket we're going to make. The offset, don't worry about. We'll take care of the offset. There's a really nice tool for that. But these are 0.35 and 0.5 radiuses. So that means we should use the radius tool. So center radius. And just click down here, 0.35. And now hit enter again. Get that center point there, drag this out. And this is going to be 0.5. All right, so we have those, and we're not done yet. Now, there are some through holes that are going to go in there as well. So let's take a look at those. And those are 0.375. And so let's go with, and those are diameter. So this time let's switch it, diameter. Enter again, 0.375. Okay, I'm going to hit Control Z. That's strange. I'm not sure why it did that. Let's go to the diameter again and just draw that up there. Okay, 0.375. It almost looked like it took a radius there. There we go. Okay, so we have the geometry that's suitable. Now, there is a cool trick where we can make the rod that extends. It's called the transition section between the handle and the head. And we could draw it right on this plane and revolve it. But I wanted to show you how you could switch between planes. Again, those of you who used Inventor, which is a plane-based modeler, whereas this is what we call a Cartesian-based modeler. Where basically you have X, Y, and Z, and it's positional. Versus planes, you could actually work and sketch off the planes, which is really nice. But you have the ability to do some of that here. So what I'm going to do, we'll first get this. Actually, we're going to go ahead and make the transition section, which is the rod, and it's 4 inches long from the center here. So let's go to the home button and see what's going on here. All right, so we need to rotate our sketch plane so that we're actually 90 degrees. So that means we need the Z to point downward. So over here, we see we have the ability to do that with the rotate. Now, and this is going to rotate around the X. So click on that. All right, and we just want that to go straight up like that. Click. And now you could see the plane is rearranged. It's been rotated 90 degrees. And so we could go now to the diameter. And right on that point, draw out a circle. Now look at that. It's rotated. So it's going to be 0.5. Enter. Now that's how you could sketch geometry on different, what they call planes in Inventor, but here it's we're just adjusting the WCS, or World Coordinate System, or the UCS. All right, so now that we have that, let's go ahead and extend that right now. So we're going to go to Extrude and click on that, hit Enter, and drag that out this way. It's going to be 4 inches. Hit Enter. All right, now we can at this time, if we want, change it to those. Some of you might appreciate the shaded in gray, and we could see our boss there. Let's go ahead and move on with this next thing. We're going to go ahead and extrude the bottom of this geometry. So go to Extrude. Now, some of you are like, why aren't you using Press Pull? Press Pull, it has a limitation as far as I could tell. And if someone knows a way to do this without a little trick, if you have to add draft or the taper, I know I could add it later, but I have not found a way to add it initially. So that's why I'm using Extrude here. So you go to Extrude, and I'm going to, this geometry you can see, it's all trimmed up, and that doesn't always work really well for an extrude. Sometimes you get a collection of surfaces. And so what I'm going to do is, I forgot, I wanted to go ahead and use, we've used this before, the join tool. Let's join this geometry on the outer edge so that it extrudes as a solid. It's guaranteed that way. All right, now go to Extrude. We can now click on that outer edge, hit Enter, and down here we see taper. And we want it to be, I believe, -7. Actually, I'm sorry, just 7. Let's go back there, taper. So just 7. All right, and we're going to have it go in the downward direction, and this is only 0.5. All right, now we can mirror that over to the other side, so let's go ahead and do that. We'll go to Mirror Solid, select this geometry, hit Enter, and now I like to go with 3 points. And there's, as you can see, that there's a dozen ways, but 3 points, I just know, rest assured, I click on these corners of this model pretty easily, hit Enter, and it mirrors it over. So remember, it takes 3 points to make a plane, and that's what it's mirroring about. So basically, you're making the mirror plane. Now we could join all these. And so over here, we go to Join, select this one here, and this one here, hit Enter, and now they're one solid. Okay, now we might need now to go back to wireframe so we can see inside. Now, what I'm going to do here, I know that the geometry that we have here is going to need to be adjusted and so on. We have the through holes and we have these bosses. Let's go ahead, and I want to extrude. In fact, actually, I think if we trim this geometry out, right there. Oh, you know what? We have to get the plane back. So to make sure you get the plane back in order, just go over here to UCS World, and it flips us back. Remember, we had adjusted so we could draw that circle, the 1/2-inch circle. So that brings us back. You could also click on World right here, and it rotates it. So now we could go back and trim on that plane some of that geometry. So I'm going to trim that out right there. And you got to be careful so that you have it looking like that. Now we could go to, I like to join it again. You don't always have to join it. I'm not entirely certain of all the rules there, but let's join it anyhow. Okay, and we'll use that a little bit later, but let's first get our offset. So now we're going to go to Shaded in Gray, and we're going to use, under Solid, there's a really cool tool, Offset Edge. Select this face, and you can see you could draw this in. Now, it says specify a point. Now be careful when you enter this information. Instead, we want to go by distance. So I'm going to go down here to distance, and we're going to go ahead and type in the distance offset as 0.125. Okay, so we hit Enter and then select this face, and it should go inward. So we have that offset geometry. It's a little tricky. You might have to watch me do it again. Just rewind and watch it if you get stuck on that one. All right, now we could go ahead and this one, I'm actually going to try using the push-pull. I've had some issues with push-pull every once in a while, but let's give it a try. I'm going to click on that, drag it down. This needs to be recessed 0.125. And there it worked beautifully. So most of the time it works beautiful. When I was making this earlier, I was having some difficulty sometimes, and it might have been just sloppy geometry on my part. Okay, now let's go back to Home. And we could go back to wireframe. We want to put the pockets in. So for the pocket, let's go to Extrude, select that like figure 8, and hit Enter. And we know this needs to be 0.75 deep, so hit 0.75. And now what we're going to do is we're going to move it. And so to move that, we go to the Move tool, select the geometry. Now it's 1 inch thick, and so we have to recess at 0.25 deep. So, or we have to lower it by 0.25 so that it comes out correctly. So let's hit Enter because we've selected the object, and we're going to go ahead. And here you have displacement, and you have 0, 0, 0, so X, Y, and Z. And we're looking at just adjusting the Z. So go to 0, type in 0, comma, 0, comma, point, or minus, because you're going down 0.25. So minus 0.25 for the Z. This goes X, Y, and Z in that order. Hit Enter, and there it is. It's actually recessed down a bit. So let's go back to shades of gray. There we could see it. Let us now, we're going to go to subtract. Select this body here, hit enter. Okay, now make sure, I had to hit it twice. I'm not sure if my Bluetooth keyboard might have screwed up or not. But then select this one after the other one turns gray again. Hit enter, and now we have our recess. Okay, and I just realized actually I should have offset it for the 0.125. That was the recess. So let's try the push-pull or press-pull. So go ahead and select that surface, bring it down, and type in point. See, my pointer is down below the model. You could actually bring it really low if you want. And it's just 0.125. I should have offset the geometry earlier, but instead of 0.25, I should have made it 0.375. So my mistake. Sorry about that. Okay, but a good learning experience for all of us. Now we just have to cut those in. So let's try. This is where I've had some difficulty with press pull on these particular geometries. I'm going to go with extrude because I want to make a video from this and I don't want to have any issues. So I'm going to hit enter, drag that down, have it go deep, hit enter, click on that one, hit enter, drag it down, click. Now we could just go to subtract. Click on this, hit enter, select both of those rods, hit enter, and our holes are there. Okay, we're almost done. We just have to make the handle section. Now, for the handle section, I'm going to go to the top view orientation here. If yours is rotated 90 degrees, that's fine. Go to the rectangle tool, draw out a rectangle over here for the handle. We're going to move it in just a moment, but you can see it needs to be 1 inch tab by 4 inches. Enter. Now go to the line tool. Now here you'll see I am actually able to select the midpoint. That's because I have the midpoint filter turned on. Make sure yours is turned on as well for this so you could get that. And then this line needs to be 3.75. Hit escape after you got that. Now we're going to go to move here. So there's the move tool. And then select the geometry, hit enter, enter. And now the positional, we'll select this point right here. And we want that. Oh, before you do this, make sure you go down to snap. So this will force it to snap to the grid, which is centered in the model. Otherwise, it will turn out floating above where we want it. So let's get it right on there and then click. Now hit escape and hold shift and rotate, and you can see that should be centered. Now, if it wasn't, it was because you just didn't select the grid option. I'm going to turn off the grid, the snapped grid. And let's go to extrude. Select this geometry here for the handle, hit enter, and we want taper and -7. Did we have to do minus? Actually, I think it was just 7. Okay, there we go. And this is only 0.375. Enter. And let's mirror that now. So go to mirror solid. Select the solid, hit enter, and again, I like the 3 points. That's what we used before. So just make sure you get these corners. There's one there, there's one there, and one there. And no, and there it is. Okay, so we have the handle. Let's Boolean this, or solid union this together. So select this model, this one, and that, hit enter. And now when you hover over it, it should all turn the same color because it's all one solid. Okay, let's work on the fillets here. Let's zoom up to the head. Just scrolling with my mouse. Get up there pretty close. There's no penalty for zooming up too far. It just makes it easier for you. And let's go to solid. We're going to go to fillet edge. The first fillets, go to radius, and we're going to set that to 0.1. Hit enter. And you're going to select these edges. And again, I've mentioned it in previous videos. I don't see it here, but if someone knows of a way of tangent propagation, please let us know on the comments below. And so I'm going to use my Superman X-ray vision right there. Got that. Then we're going to select around this edge here and this bottom edge there. Zoom out. Let's get the handle. Just the lengths of the handle. And again, Superman X-ray vision down here. There we go. Click. And rotate. And let's get this here. That there. Hit enter 2 times. And then finally, we just have smaller radiuses of 60 thousandths that we have to put in. So fillet radius 0.06, enter, and it's just around this. And let's go ahead and select those. Now, Inventor does have tangent propagation, so you don't have to select all these edges typically when there's something when there's a radius there. That preview didn't work there, so I just kind of knew I was floating over it and went with it, and it selected it. Okay, almost done. Let's zoom up really close in that one. You could rotate too if you like. I'm being lazy, not rotating. Trying to use my X-ray vision here. And it's working quite well. Okay, hit enter and enter. And there we have it. We have our ratchet completed. And that then just go to File, Save As, capital E3, or just File, Save, E3, whatever, and you're done. And that concludes exercise 3. Hi, welcome back. I'm Chris Sikora, and I'm going to step you through how to make this hand wheel that you see down below there. This is an Autodesk AutoCAD 2021. And this is a solid model, and it incorporates some new techniques that we haven't yet seen, and some old techniques as well that we've worked on. As you can see here is the hand wheel, so it's going to have these little indents, and so we're going to make a little ray at the very end to cut those out. But we are also using what's called a sweep tool to make these spokes, and then we're going to use an array to pattern those, and we'll see some different techniques in sketching as well. So let's begin. Start a new AutoCAD 3D using that template. Again, as always, I don't really change many of the settings. Let's go to the front view orientation, and let's start with wireframe. And actually, let's go with top, and then just make sure the Y is vertical. All right, now we're going to start by drawing the center of that hub. And if you go to vertanu1.com, instructional manuals, it's the tab at the top. Right now I'm just using the Autodesk Inventor training guide that I have for these dimensions, but like I said, I hope to have in the future sometime a training guide specifically for AutoCAD. And this one starts on page 37, so you can see the dimensions that we're looking to obtain. So really we start off here, if we always break it down to its primitives, the biggest primitives that you see first. The biggest primitive here is really a rectangle that's 3 by 1 inch. And then we're going to have a chamfer here, 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch, which makes it on a 90-degree angle, makes it 45. And then we're going to have this arc, which is a 1/2 inch, and it's going to be offset 1.75. Now, go to your Home tab and go to the corner rectangle. And at the origin, you could snap. Oh, I'm sorry. Click on that. And actually, let's set it to snap on. All right, click. Now drag this up to the upper left. And you see it's snapping, but right now it's asking that 0.5 is for the width, and that should be 1. So just type 1 and then hit the tab key on your keyboard, and this next one will be 3, and hit enter. And now we could hit the top block over here on the right to center it. Maybe even zoom out a little bit with the wheel. I'm going to turn off my snaps now, for the snap to grid, I should say. All right, what we're going to do next is we're going to go ahead and I'd like to use parametrics as always, so go to auto constrain, click and drag a fence around this, hit enter, go to the lock and just lock it down at this corner here. And if you want, you could hit show on, you can see those. And let's go to linear, and from this corner here to this corner, when it turns red, drag it down, that should be 1 inch, and enter. And we could do it on this backside. Let's hit enter again, click on this point, and then that point, drag it to the right, it should be 3 inches, click, enter. All right, now we could go ahead and start adding some additional features. Let's first start off looking at how the chamfer tool works. Now the chamfer is under fillet usually, which is right here. You have to hit the little arrow to the right of it and find chamfer. Now over here, you'll see there's distance by angle. So let's say you want like a 30-degree angle. You'd select the angle. You can put that information in. We're going to go distance to distance. So click on distance to distance and type in 0.25 and 0.25 again. It looks as though we could probably just hit enter there, but now go over here to this line, click, and then click on this line here, and you should see your rectangle. Now, do we want to add a dimension to it? It's up to you. This is going to get blown away anyway for the most part, so it's not a big deal. We don't need to add the dimension there. Now, let's go, and we have that arc is a half inch, so we're going to go with center radius. And right about here, just click and drag out a circle, type in up 0.5, and enter. And let's go to parametrics. And what we're looking for first is let's go to the radius dimension. Click on the outside of that. Mine didn't preview there. Again, not to worry. 0.5, that should be. Now let's go to linear, select the arc, and select this bottom line. Drag this to the left. Make that 1.75. It should locate it vertically. Now let's select the arc again. The preview doesn't seem to be working, I'm not sure why. And click on this vertical line, actually near the bottom. Oh, you know why it's not working? It's me. I forgot to hit enter for the dimension tool again. All right, so the arc, and then this point down here. Drag it down, click, and that's going to be 0.25. So it's located now. All right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go to the Home tab, go to Trim, and trim out that geometry inside there. Now, if you have a little fragment in there, don't worry. Just hit Escape. It should disappear. Now we're going to go to Modify and find Join. Click here and drag a fence to surround everything. Hit Enter. Again, that just helps us make a full solid when we revolve it. If we don't, sometimes we get a collection of surfaces, which we don't really want in this case. All right, now we're going to go to Solid, Revolve. And we did revolves before in exercise 2, so this is a little bit of a review here. Just click and select that. On, actually, you could just, yes, there we go. Yeah, just click it, hit Enter. And now we just, actually let's hit enter again there. Okay, select object to revolve, click on that. Oh, interesting. All right, and for some reason, I'm not getting it to work. Okay, so I spent a few minutes to figure out why that was erroring out. I ended up just going, just so you all know, if yours isn't able to revolve, I went to Modify, and I went ahead and I exploded it. So I went to Explode, I selected the geometry, it broke it up into a bunch of individual curves, I went back then to join. I clicked and I dragged the fence around it, hit enter, and now it seems to work. So if you run into that, go ahead and give that a try. I'm not sure why it did that, but anyhow, let's continue on. So I'm going to go to Solid and Revolve, and I'm going to select the geometry, hit enter. Now it wants us to define an axis, so I'm just going to select this point here to this point, and you can see the little carrots down below there. We want to go ahead and leave it at 360. Hit enter. And let's go home, and we can see we have our center hub. And I'm going to go to shaded, shades of gray. There it is. Okay, now what we're going to do next is we're going to go ahead and make the sweep. So for the sweep, let's go back to the front, actually top orientation. I'm going to go back to wireframe here temporarily. And now we could go to the line tool. Actually, not line. Let's actually do this with splines. Now, spline is a tool, and as you can see here, you could read about it. NURBS, non-uniform rational B-splines. That's the way to go. Let's go ahead and click on that. And I'm just going to select this point here. Right about there, I'm going to drag it up. And we're going to just eyeball this a little bit. So click here. And we want it to actually snap over here. So let's, before we click on snap-on mode, and let's bring it right there. Notice I'm 2 grid lengths away, and you can bring it down a little bit if you want it. Right there, click. And now right-click and enter, and that should finish it off. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and go to the Home button, and I want to put a circle right at that end there so that we could get it to sweep along. We have to make a perpendicular circle or change our plane so we can sketch there. So what we're going to do, we want to rotate around, we want the Z to be where the X is over here. So we want to rotate around the Y. And so over here we could click on this and go to the Y rotation. And then remember, Z was where we wanted X. So we just rotate this down to this quadrant. Click. And now we could go ahead and draw in there. You could go to the center radius, get to that point if you can. Oh, let's turn off the grid snap. We want it right there. Click, drag this out. And this is going to be 0.6. Okay, now that's a little bit on the big side. I'm going to hit Control Z 2 times and then enter, and it should bring me back. Oh, I got to click on that again. Since that's 0.6 diameter we wanted, so let's turn off the grid again. And I think because I undid it, I messed it up a little bit, so we have to rotate. I didn't realize I undid that far. So again, we're going to rotate the Y. We want the Z where the X is. So go to Y. Right there. Okay. Now we could go back to the circle. And you know, let's go with center diameter just so I don't mess that one up. My apologies, those of you if I caught you up on something there. All right. Now I'm going to go and snap there. And this should be 0.6 diameter. There we go. That's more manageable. Anything bigger than that, you might have difficulty sweeping along the curve because if it folds in on itself, that could be an issue. All right. So now that we have that, we are ready to sweep. So we're going to go to the solid tool and there's sweep. Now, if you hit the little arrow under sweep, you'll see there's loft. Loft is for more than one section that you would have. Like we have that circle, we'd have to have a circle at the end or some other shape. We'll see lofts coming up in the future, but right now we just want sweep. Go ahead and select the circle, hit enter, and then select the path, which is that curve. All right, now let's shade this. So if we go back home, go to shaded in gray, you can see what we've made. We've made one of the spokes. Now we want to pattern that spoke. So let's go over here to the array button, polar array, select the spoke, hit enter, And now we want axis of rotation. And so find yourself right on this point here and drag it straight up and follow that green line. Click. And now you can see it's making a whole bunch of them. But let's go ahead and change that to, we just want 3. So up here, change it to 3. Hit enter. There we go. Hit the close array. I should have deselected associative there, but that's okay. We'll break it apart. All right, so now we want to join these things, and unfortunately the union won't work if we go to solid union right now. So we have to break these 3 apart. And so let's just use the modify and find the explode, select that spoke and hit enter, and now you'll see they're all standalone individual spokes. And we could have changed that setting when we created the array. I just bypassed that. All right, now that we have that, let's go and union, select this, and then these 3, and hit enter. Now, if you ever have difficulty where you select multiple objects to unite, sometimes you might have to piecemeal it, like maybe this one and that one versus all of them. So there's some tricks to Boolean unions. All right, now that we have those spokes, let's go ahead and go to the front and then flip it to the top view orientation. Let's go back to wireframe. And oh, you know, we have to set this back to world coordinates. And now let's go home and go to top. There we go. Now we're looking at it straight on. What had happened is we still had the axis pivoted, rotated, and we would have some issues with that. All right, we want to plant a circle right over this area here. So let's go to the, we'll go to the diameter, and right at that midpoint there, drag this out and make it 0.6. And that's a little, oh darn it, I went with the wrong size. Control Z, let's go back and let's go with center diameter. Click, drag that out. Actually, let's make it 1 inch. All right. Okay, now that we have that at 1 inch, we're going to go ahead and revolve it. So let's go to solid, revolve, select that circle, hit enter, and now select this point down here and go straight up and hit enter because it should be defaulting to 360 degrees. And let's go home and shade it. So go back home here and find shades of gray, and we could see how it's turning out. Now we could attach all these too. Let's go back to union, select this and that, and hit enter. Now we're going to go ahead and put in those little grips. All right, and the way you do that, let's go to top. And again, I like going to wireframe for this. Now we want to make a little cutout right here. So let's go to the line, to, actually let's go to polyline. And just freehand it, like drag it right around there to this point. We just wanted to dig in a little bit, drag this down, and then this is going to be how it's going to rotate, and then connect that. And this is just for fun. We're not going to get into dimensioning or details. It's just to take a little cutout there. All right, now let's go to solid, revolve, select the polyline, hit enter, and then select these 2 points and enter again, and it should default to 360. So let's go back to the solid or shaded mode. All right, and if we rotate with the middle mouse wheel and shift, you can see it's digging in just a little bit there, but let's pattern that. So select that. Now here's the thing. We need to, we're going to go to polar array, and we want axis of rotation, and select this point here and go straight through, click. And instead of just 6, let's put in a dozen, so 12. Put in however many you like. Just don't put too many clustered to each other. You might get some issues. Now, you can see there's associative. If we turn that off, I believe they'll be standalone. So hit enter. And yes, they are. Okay. Now we could go ahead and let's go to the subtraction, solid subtract. Select this, hit enter, and let's go to top. And now from down here, try not to envelop this at all, but we're going to click down here and drag across, and just when all those turn blue like that, click and hit enter, and now we have it. And there we have our little cutouts. Let's go ahead and now go to the solids and fillet. We'll go with radius, and we'll set the radius to 0.125. Enter, and go ahead and proceed to put in the fillets on these. As far as I know, you can't pattern that unless it was a surface. So sometimes surface modeling does help, but and enter there, and enter again. And let's go back to fill, or you could hit enter again. And now radius, and let's put bigger radiuses on of 0.25 for the spokes. So click there, there, and there, and then these inside spokes. And hit enter, and enter again. Okay, now if you need to refresh, I just click on the part and then hit escape, and that usually refreshes it. Okay, so now we could see we have our hand wheel done. What if we wanted to add some colors to it? First of all, when you're going to colors, go home and let's go with conceptual. There's even realistic, which is pretty impressive. Click on realistic and it gives it a cool little appearance there. Now, if you wanted to change colors, like if you go to where it says no filter here, filter faces. Now, let's say we just want this outer face here. Click on it, and then right click and go to properties. Now we're not going to go do the fancy colors just yet. These are just generic colors. So go over here to the color button, and you can actually select from the basics they have, or if you go to the color wheel, select color, now you can pick from a variety of different colors. You can even go to true color and pick from this rainbow effect. Oh, I like that one. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I like that. I'm going to hit OK. And then you could just close this. And then hit escape. Now, let's see here. Yeah, we'll leave it on face again. Let's say we want this hub, that, and this, and now right click. Oops, maybe it's not going to let us do that. There we go, right click, try right clicking again, go to properties, and you do have material, and so we're not going to fiddle with that, but we'll add something else here. Going to select color. We could go back to our color options, go with that red, and hit OK. And you could close this and hit escape. We will cover some of the other coloring methods and things like that. Now, instead of realistic, you can go to conceptual as well. There's a number of different options here, shaded with edges. So there's a variety of options you could choose from. Don't forget to set your filter to no filter after you're done, just in case you're going to do any modeling. Could be troublesome. Okay, and that concludes exercise 4. Hi, welcome back. My name is Chris Sikora, and I'm going to step you through AutoCAD 2021 solids working with an assembly. So basically, we're going to take a look at what you see there on the screen, which is a pencil sharpener. And as you can see here, it's shelled out. It has 2 different bodies. It has this clear backing. That's the reservoir for the pencil shavings, and then you have this area here. We're not going to go into the details of the blade or anything like that, but you're more than welcome to have a go with it. And so we're going to see some different techniques. We're going to use layers in this to allow us to make those 2 different parts separate like that. Although you don't need to use layers, it's a good idea. And we'll generate some curves and offsets and things. So let's begin. As far as where to find this information, you could use the SolidWorks manual or the Creo manual right here at Britannia1.com. And it's on page 90. Now I know this isn't SolidWorks, but I haven't made the manual yet for AutoCAD. So we're just using this drawing out of here right now. And until I have an AutoCAD training guide up there, this is one place you can find it. You can find the same one in the Creo book as well. All right, so you can see here's the front, and then there's the rear part as well. And we're going to see how to make that. So let us begin. Start a new AutoCAD 3D. Let's change it. I always like to start off with wireframe, and then I go to Home and click on Top. Now I'm going to start off with the rectangle tool, the corner rectangle, and let's turn on the snap for just a moment here. Get to the center, drag it to the upper right corner, and it's going to be 2, and hit Tab by 2, hit Enter, and now you could click the top there, and it should center it in the screen. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and just extrude that. So actually, before we extrude it, we'll put the fillets in. There's some fillets that go on here, so I'm going to go with the fillet tool, and I'm going to set radius, and we're going to set this to 0.125. And proceed to select these corners here, hit Enter, select these 2 lines here, Enter, select these 2 here, Enter, and these 2 here. Now when we're hitting Enter, of course, it's just resetting it so we don't have to go to the icon every time. All right, now I'm going to just go to Extrude. I'm going to extrude the backside first. So I'm going to click on, just select the geometry like that. I'm going to go to the Home button so we can see this. Let's click on that again, hit Enter. All right, we're going to drag that down. We could turn off the grid temporarily there, and this is going to be 1.5 inches. And you could click on the Home button again to center it. All right, next what we're going to do is we're going to put some fillets in at the bottom. So let's go to the Solid Fillet. We're going to put a nice rounds on that bottom so that it doesn't hurt the hand as it's held. All right, and now we're going to go with a loop. And I'm going to go ahead and we'll do chain. Select this edge here. And we actually want it to be the radius of 0.5. And hit Enter. Now you might notice in previous videos I wasn't aware of the loop option. I noticed it, I just had never really used it much. So there we go. All right. Now we could go back to Home, the Home tab, and let's just change this to shaded gray. All right, and unfortunately I must have neglected to hit Enter, and that's the problem sometimes when you don't see this. I'm going to hit Enter again. Actually, let's just go back to Fillet, Solid, Fillet, Loop, chain. And we'll put in 0.5, enter. Select the bottom edge. Let's get that in there again, 0.5, enter, enter, and enter. Forgot to hit enter the second time. So that's a good example. I leave those errors in because they're very common amongst us to make those. Most likely I've learned over the years of teaching that you might make the very same mistake I do. So it's good not to edit it. A lot of my videos, I rarely edit my videos. Mistakes and all are in there. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to start some layers, and we're going to put this on a different layer. So I'm going to go back home here, go to layer properties, and hit new. That's that little star there. And under layer here, the first one, we're going to go ahead and call this rear, because that's what we're making right now. And then we could go to color, and let's make that like a pale blue. All right, you're not going to see it on here because we're in the shades of gray mode, so it removes the colors, but later on we'll see it. All right, now let's go to new again, and we'll make a front. And then for that, click on this, and you can make it any color you like, really. You notice I had red. I'm just going to drag this down. Let's go with red again. All right, and I'm going to make another one. And I'm going to call this curves. So any curves I could just drop on that layer. And then for that, I will just leave it like a blue of some sort. Okay, so now we could just close that up and click on, hit escape, click on the model, and then let's just go up here and drop it on the rear. Enter. Okay. Now, if you want to verify that, we could always click once on here, and you'll see by layer, and you can see the color is that light blue, and the layer is set to rear. Now we're going to make the other part here. So let's go ahead. We're going to steal those edges again. And so for that, we go to solid, we go to extract edges, and make sure on your filter you set it to faces, because we just want to steal this one face here. Select this face, hit enter, and it extracted the edges for that. We could hit escape. And let's go to home here, and we're going to hide our rear part. So click on this little light bulb here. And so that's on a different layer. We just hit it. Okay, and now we could actually put these curves on, but once we extrude it, it doesn't matter. Okay, we're going to, we could use press pull. And as you might see here, we're having, let's go to the filter. Oh, it is set to no filter. Let's see if we could just select the whole thing as a group. And press pull. There we go. Click and drag that up. And we want this to go, well, let's look at the training guide really quick here. It's going to be, let's see, we're making the front cover. So it's going to be 1 inch thick. Type in 1, hit enter, and there we are. Now let's go to the line tool here, and we're going to draw from this corner here diagonally across. Now look at, I'm going from opposite corners. I'm going to go to this corner of that fillet. And then hit escape. So can you see it's from that corner to this corner? Now the reason I did this is so we could center the post that goes on there. So let's go, we're going to go to center diameter, and we are able to find the midpoint. Now if you're not able to find these, remember there's the snaps, and you could set center and midpoint. You might have to set midpoint up if it's not turned on. So those are some of the things I have set there. Okay, so let's go back to, we just want to make sure I got center diameter there. Go to that midpoint, click, and drag this out. And this first diameter is going to be 1.25. Now, I notice when I hit enter here, something strange happens as far as the diameter. So I'm going to select it again in hopes that I don't get that same effect, because we want to put the hole in now. So let's go to that midpoint again, center diameter, and this one is 0.5. Strange when I hit enter like I normally do to repeat the last instruction set, and it makes it like twice that size. So it does something a little strange there, almost like unexpectedly doubled it. Not sure why. Anyhow, so now I'm going to go, and we could actually do the push-pull or press-pull. Now, if we want to select these two items here, we could delete that center line, but we could leave it there too. Watch this. As we hold, oops, let's go back there. As you hold the Shift command first, hold Shift and then click on this one, and then while you're holding Shift, select this one too, and so you can select multiple areas. Now hit Enter, and you should be able to drag it up. Now there's a line, a cross-sectional line in there. Don't worry, that's going to disappear in just a moment. And the height of this is going to be 0.5. So 0.5, hit Enter. All right. Now we're going to go ahead and put in some other features here. Let's go ahead and put the fillets in, so the rounds or fillets. Let's go to Solid, go to Fillet Edge, go to Loop, Chain, Radius, and the first one we want is 0.25. Oh, we really don't. Actually, let's put the 0.25 in last. We don't need the chain on that one. So let's put 0.1 for this. Hit Enter, and I'll select this edge here, and it should go all the way around. Select this edge here, as well as this edge here. Hit Enter, and Enter the second time. Now if we hit Enter a third time, we could go back. Loop, Chain Radius, and this time 0.25. And we didn't really need to do the chain radius for this one, just as an FYI, because it's one single edge right there. Hit Enter, and Enter. And now click, and then hit Escape. All right, so we've got that part done. Almost done. We have to shell these out though. Now we could actually drop this on the other layer, and that's not a bad idea. So let's go back home, click on the part, and this is going to be on the front layer. All right. Now another way you could check this, just hit Enter and hit Escape actually, is if you go to Conceptual or Realistic. You can see the colors that appear. Whatever you prefer. I still like using shades of gray. Zoom out there. All right, so we have a separate model here. Now another thing we want to do, let's rotate this around. Now we're going to want to shell this in just a moment, but before we do that, we want to create an offset because we're going to have a little lip that goes around. So it's going to be 0.1 thick overall, and then there's a little lip that's inside so that it could close enclosure at 0.05. So let's go to Solid, go to Offset Edge, select this face, and we're going to go ahead and select Distance, and we're going to set it to, oh, it's already set to 0.05. Make sure you set 0.05 in yours. Enter and click, and you should have a little offset edge in there. Okay, now hit Escape. We used the offset tool before in exercise 3, so if you ever need to go back and see how that's done, you can do it here or there. All right, now we're going to go ahead and shell this. So let's go to the shell command, and the overall shell, I'm going to select the solid, select that back face that we want to remove, and put in, oh, actually just hit Enter, and now you could type in 0.1, Enter. and just hit exit and exit. All right, now you could see our plan of attack there. We wanted this offset edge. So what we can do now is we could just go to press pull, get inside there, and see when both highlight, click and drag that out, and 0.25. And so we've added that offset feature specifically so that the glass backing will snap on there. All right, now let's bring back that other model. Go to the home, and over here in the layers, click on rear. And we could actually hide the front. So click on the light bulb to hide it, just temporarily. And flip this around. Now we're going to go and go back to solid, go to shell, and let's go ahead and select this and select that face. Oops. Let's try that again. Shell. Okay, here, let's hit escape. All right, let me try that one more time. Let's just go right to shell. Select the solid. Select that face. There we go. Okay, that's what we wanted to see. Remember, the faces that are deselect, or that technically it's showing you the faces that are gray. Those are the ones that are selected. That's when you want opened up or to be removed. And hit enter again. And this is only going to be 0.05. Now, remember when you're designing plastic parts or steel for sure, you have to make an additional offset. So it might be actually 0.045 or something like that. You need a little bit of clearance. Plastic, sometimes you could get away with that because they're flexible, but steel, aluminum, no. You always have to put what they call clearance or tolerance between the two. But this isn't a class about that. This is just about AutoCAD. So we're just putting in 0.05 to make it line to line. But just remember, in real world, you don't usually do line to line. Hit enter and hit exit. And exit here. All right, let's go back home. Let's go to the layer properties and let's hide the rear. And I want to drop all these onto that other layer. So I'm going to go ahead and click here and drag a fence around all the curves. Because now some people just delete them. You don't really need to keep them. I like to keep them just because I might want to use them again for something. And they don't take up a whole lot of space if they're this simple. All right, so I'm going to, I have those selected. I'm going to go to the layers and I'm going to select the curve layer to drop those on. I can hit escape. And I could hide that curve layer. And we could show the front and rear. And now let's go over here to realistic. Now, if you want to give this a realistic appearance, so it's transparent, there are some options. What you could do sometimes, once you've applied something, you could right-click and go to the properties. And you'll see here by layer, right now I don't have an option, but let's give it some options there. So with that, go to visualize, and we're looking for materials browser. Now, what you can do is you could find a particular material, like we're looking for glass. You could also type in a search and it will bring up the glass, but hit the little plus symbol next to glass. Actually just click on it and you'll see there's different types of colors of glass and such. Now here is a clear, and make sure sometimes you have to read what it says and wait. So I'm going to go with that one. I'm just going to click on this little add material. Now you can add it to individual faces by clicking on it and then holding the control key. Let's try that again. And drag it over. Forget if you have to hold control first and then click. Yeah, hold control down, then click. And watch this. You could release the mouse button. I'm just holding the left mouse button and it just applied that material there. I'm going to hit Control Z, which is undo, because I don't want that. But let's do this. I want you to right click on that clear glass and select Objects Applied To, and select this bottom part. Now over here, remember we had that by layer, you can see clear. And now let's close that. And again, the way you get to that one, just hit escape, was by clicking on the model, right-clicking, and going to Properties. That brings that up. Now there's several ways to do this. I found several ways. This is just one way. It probably, I'll be quite honest, it probably isn't even the best. Like I said in my previous videos, I learned this back in 1986. I used it on and off since then, but there are so many ways that have been added since then, or even beyond what I've learned. So if you do have any suggestions like that, please put them down in the boxes below, the comments below. All right, now you can see that we have successfully made this. Oh, you know what? I forgot to punch through the hole, which isn't a problem. To do that, I'm going to go ahead and go to Home, and I'm going to go to Press Pull. I forgot to punch this through. So I click on that face, drag it down. Now here's the tricky thing. We don't want it to go too... Click, let escape, and that should have punched it through. Okay, so we have it. All right, so the hole is added, and that concludes exercise 5. Hi, welcome back. I'm Chris Sikora, and I'm going to step you through exercise 6 in Autodesk AutoCAD 2021. And today we're going to take a look at a 3D model that we're going to build very rapidly, and then we're going to bring it into a drawing, just like you see here on the screen. And so let's begin. As you can see here, this drawing has a front, top, right, section view, detail view, and isometric shaded view. We've added some annotations, and we're just going to learn the basics about creating a drawing from a 3D model in AutoCAD. I'm going to go to New. And I'm going to use the AutoCAD 3D. And now let's go to the Home button, go to Top, and let's go to the Home tab and set this to 2D wireframe. We'll zoom out a little bit like that. I just used the scroll, and let's use Polyline. And we're going to make that profile that we saw there. So let's turn on the snap to grid. Snap right there at the origin. Click, drag it up, and we're going to bring this up actually full 2.5. So if you're not getting 2.5, you could type it in, or you could zoom out till you get that. So I'm going to click there. I'm going to zoom out a little bit more, and then this just goes diagonally across to 3.53. Click, and then 2.5 inches over here. Click, and notice I'm just following the grid really. Click here at 2.5. Click there, there, and then close it, or you can type C. Hit escape. All right, now we're going to put the circle in. So let's go to the circle. We'll go with center diameter, and right at this point here, click and drag out a circle, and make it 1.5. All right. Now we're going to go ahead and extrude that. Oh, actually, let's add a fillet. We'll add it as a sketched fillet. Somebody to ask sometimes, what's the advantage between a sketch fillet and a solid fillet? Well, in the early days of CAD, like I said, I've been using this for years, since the 1980s. Computers were very slow. Actually, they didn't have the 3D in that when I was using it until later in the 90s. But in the 1990s, computers, you're talking like a Pentium 60 or a Pentium 90 megahertz was top of the line at the time. And so with that, it would take literally for some of these features, like if you added a solid 3D fillet, it might take up to 5 minutes for that one fillet to actually be added. But if you used a sketch fillet, it was just a second. So there was an advantage for speed back then, but computers are so much faster now. We're talking milliseconds. So it's not as critical, but it is still considered an art to efficiently model. So if you can do it this way, then do it. Okay, go to fillet, and we're going to go ahead and set radius And let's set that to 0.75. Enter. And then click this line to that line. All right, we're ready to extrude this. So I'm going to go to the Home button, and I'm going to proceed to go to Extrude. And I'm going to click and drag a fence to surround the geometry. I'm going to hit Enter, drag it up, and we want it to be 3 inches. Hit Enter. And we can actually shade it at this point. You can go to Shades of Gray. Now, here's the thing. That solid was added because I selected this extrude. So we're going to go ahead and do a removal. So let's go to a union, so solid subtraction, sorry, and select this solid here, hit Enter, and then get that cylinder in the middle when it turns blue. Sometimes you might have to rotate to the front or top orientation to get it. Click on that, hit Enter, and it should create the hole at that point. Okay, so let's save what we have. I'm going to go ahead and put this on my documents, and I'm going to call this E6, and I'm going to call it D. You could just call it E6. I've done this several times today in practice and preparation for this lesson, so I have several saved on there. All right, now that we have that, we can now go down here and go to Layout 1, any of the layouts really. Right-click and then select From Template. Now, you might notice I have a landscape. We're not going to use it. That would be a customized one. And eventually I'd like to get that on my website, vertanu1.com, where you can download that. But we're going to use what everyone gets when they get the software, which is, if you go to Sheet Sets, go to Manufactured Imperial, which is a C size. It's rather large, versus an A size, is hopefully you might know, 8.5 by 11. This is 4 times that. So anyhow, so we'll go to Manufactured Imperial, C size. And actually 3 times, sorry, and hit Open. And you'll see it's an ANSI title block. Hit OK. And there we could see the ANSI title block. And then we're going to go ahead and click on it. Now, I will show you at the end of this video how you can take from an old or legacy CAD system your old templates, and even an old AutoCAD drawing, bring it in, copy it into a new layout. So if you need an A size or a B size, you can do that. But this, we're just going to use what's in there as standard. Okay, now that we've dropped this in, we could go ahead and we're going to go to the Layout tab up here and go to Base and Model Space, from Model Space. All right, now you can see there it is right there. We're going to go ahead and just click. Now it gives us options, and what we're looking for is, first of all, orientation. Let's go with the top orientation. Now it automatically scaled it for us. It has an algorithm that automatically chose a scale that fits nicely front, top, and right views, with the assumption that, you know, there might be dimensions and things around it. So we're going to stick with that. If you wanted to take a look at it, you could go to scale and change it, but we're going to stick with what it's at. And scale isn't as important with solids as the old 2D drawings might be, so just be aware of that. So anyhow, we're going to go ahead and hit Exit. Now move this pointer up like that, about that far, click, drag to the right. We're going to get a right side view right about there, click, and then bring to the upper right here the isometric, and maybe right about there you can click. Now don't hit Escape. You have to right mouse button click. That's the mouse button we don't use very often in this class. So right click and select Enter. All right, and so we could see it's added our drawing views. Now, first of all, how do we get this one changed? We want that to be shaded. Double click on it. And you get from the select options, hidden lines, or you could go in the upper left, there's hidden lines there. And if you clicked on that, you get these same options. You actually get nice icons that appear there. So we're going to go shaded with visible lines and then exit. All right, so that's taken care of. Now we're going to make a section view from this view here. Okay, so let's go to Section, and glide over here and infer, like so I hovered over that for a second, so it makes a line of inference as I just moved. I didn't click yet, but get a little bit above it, then click. Drag it straight down and get a little past it. Make sure it's vertical. Right click. Well, actually, click with the, then when I say click, I'm talking about the left mouse button. Then right click and enter. And it will drag off your section view over here. So click right about there, and let's go ahead and hit exit, and it should automatically crosshatch. Now if you don't like the crosshatch, remember you can always click and then right up there we get the crosshatch actually information. I was going to go to the properties, but this is fine too. And here you could adjust the angle. You would be able to put in if you wanted to rotate it 80 degrees, 90 degrees or whatever. And in this case, it actually came out quite nice, so I'm not worried. And I'm going to hit escape. All right, let's put a detail view in now. So select detail view. Actually, I like to pre-select the view, even though you don't have to. Go to detail view. And let's say you want a close-up of this view right here. Let's get right on that point. Click, drag out a circle. Make sure the B letter is outside off the part. Click. Now just drag this right up here, click again to release it, and exit. Now here's where we might want to scale that hatch. So click on the hatch, and over here we have scale, and you can just bump up using little arrows. Typically you want it to scale even with the other, so we'll go to two instead of just 1, which is twice the scale. All right, and hit close hatch editor, and you can see there's other options there too. And now at this point, we will go to annotate. And let's add center marks. So go to the center mark tool, click on this edge here, and you'll see it will automatically add a center mark, as well as we could add one to this. And this one's a little tricky sometimes because of the crosshatch. There we go. Had to zoom up to it. All right, so we see that. Now let's go over here to the center line. And we want center lines here. So you select this, and that's that hole, and you could barely see them sticking out there. In this case, you don't see them as well, simply because there's an object line over it, or visible object line. So let's click on this, and there we have our lines. Now we could go ahead and start adding some dimensions. So let's go to the dimension tool, and notice they have these other options. Just go with the dimension. This dimension tool is pretty smart. It actually can do a lot of different things. Like, for example, if you just click on the line, you could drag it down. And drag this down pretty far. We're going to need some space there. Now, yeah, I'll take that dimension. That's a pretty good one right there. Click and drag that over here. Let's click on this point to the center there. Or actually, we can click on the quadrant. Either one, drag it down until it straightens out. Click. Now we're getting some pretty big dimensions as far as trailing zeros. We're at very high precision here, which we probably don't need, which I'm going to show you how to change in just a moment. Let's go over here, this point to this point here, drag this out till it straightens. Click. And then we'll go ahead, that bottom line there to this top right there, drag it out till it straightens out. Click. And we'll put the radius on up here. Okay. And let's see what else. Oh, we could put the angles. Now, just to show you how you do an angle, you click on the angled line, and then you could click on this line and put that 45 degrees in if you wanted to. But instead of doing that, you've already seen how you can do that. I'm going to hit escape and add a note. And so over here we have multi-leader. You could click on that, drag out a little note, click, and we just go ahead and type in, we're going to put 2.5, and I'm going to put the little quotes for inches, space, times, which is just X, 45 degrees, and now you could go up to the symbol library here, and degrees is at the top. And then space, chamfer. Okay, I hit escape. I'm going to click on that and drag that a little closer, or a little far out there. Click. Okay. Now, some companies want you to do it differently. That's just where I used to work. That's how we would dimension a chamfer. So it depends on where you're working. This isn't a class so much on dimensioning as it is just using the software. All right, now let's add one more here. Go to dimension. Let's add it up here. 3 inches. And I believe, oh, we still have this little cutout here. Let's go ahead and from this point to this point, drag that down 2.5. All right, now we can see these trailing zeros are just so much higher precision than we need. Those of you in manufacturing are aware that trailing zeros add dollar signs as well because you're asking for extreme precision if you're not putting tolerances in. Anyhow, we are just going to go ahead and reduce this a bit. Now, where you go is under dimensions here, hit the little arrow, and we see annotative standard. Let's just stick with that. We're going to go with modify. And here's where you could set everything up to customize it. So, for example, we're in lines. There's a lot of neat things here we don't really need to worry about right now, but let's go to text. Now the text height, 0.18, that's the font size, basically, or the height of the dimensions, which actually seems to work really well with the C size sheet. If we were going with the A size sheet, I might make it like 0.10. All right. Also, the text style, you could select from some fonts that are available there if you don't like the existing one. I'm going to stick with what we have. I like that standard font. Also, text placement if you want it centered, justification, things like that. Okay, let's go to primary units. And over here is what we're interested in, the precision. Let's set it to 3 decimal places, or 1/1000th of an inch. Again, those of you in entering manufacturing and engineering, when you work for a design company or firm, a lot of times you'll hear thousandths, like 0.030 is 30 thousandths. 0.001 is 1,000. Now, again, I always mention this in my classes. If you've taken math recently and never taken an engineering drawing class, that doesn't coincide with the terminology used in mathematics. So just be aware, they're very different. You can look it up, Google it if you want. All right, now here, zero suppression. Let's get rid of the zero. See the radius there has a 0 in front of it? We don't need that. The company I used to work at, we didn't need that. Also, if you have angulars, you could suppress leading or even trailing zeros. And tolerances, we're not going to add any tolerances, but you are able to put symmetric basic limit deviation into those. And you could do them individually too if needed. And there's alternate units, things like that. And then the symbols and arrows, you have different styles to choose from. And again, that's just preferences of the company you're working for or doing work for. Let's go ahead and hit OK. And hit, let's see here. All right, set current and close. And you can see they all updated now. They got rid of the extra zeros. We're in pretty good shape. Oh, I forgot one dimension here. Let's add it right here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's zoom up to get that. There we are. Okay. And we'll just bring that down in this corner here. Okay, now let's see what we're going to approach next is, let's go down to the bottom here and we see this. You could click, drag that up a little bit. All right, and also I believe that's what we wanted to add. Now these hash marks that come on the standard template that everyone gets, if you want to modify those, just double click on them, the actual hash. Okay, and kind of different layers there. There, I had strange. I double clicked on it before and I was getting some strange artifacts. Anyhow, we can see the value for the sheet name. I'm just going to get put in exercise 6. apply. Scroll down and see if you see any other hash marks like contract number. Just go over that, backspace, apply. See if there's anything else that you might have missed. There's more. We don't need that one. Backspace, apply. And this one. Apply. And hit OK. And that cleans up your drawing a little bit. Also, I guess we don't really want that file name either. Just get rid of that. And you could put your name in, not under file name, but maybe put it up there if you like. You could use the multi-line text. So click on Note, and you would be able to put it right in there. Now this is using a different font. Click on it twice, and put your name in. Okay. All right. Now, if there's other things you want to change, like this text here, if you don't like that, you could click on it, then right-click on it. Oops. And if you go to Options, oh no, that's not what I wanted. This is a nice options menu though, but I was actually looking. There we go, properties, not options. And over here you have all the properties for that. So let's say you wanted to change that a bit, the text height. Instead of 0.24, we could change it. You don't even need to do that there. When you do click on it here, you could choose it from here as well. Oh, call me a liar there. Okay, never mind that. Let's go back to properties. Let's put that in. I thought I've gotten that to work before, but that's okay. Let's go with 0.2. There. All right, so pretty much everything is editable at this level. If you want to change the date, you can change the date as well. And now when you're printing it out, printing or plotting. Now there is the print or plot. If you go here to print plot, you'll see that it automatically picked this DWF6. I guess that's automatically preset with that template that we used. And you could preview it if you want, see how it turns out. And that looks pretty good. All right. Now, you could output it as a PDF. And what's nice, rather than in here trying to scale it down, once you put it in a PDF, even if it's a C-size drawing, you could actually print it from the PDF and tell it to scale a little bit easier sometimes than all this multitude of options, which there's a reason why there's so many options in here, because plotting they're a bit different than printers. There's old pen plotters that had little pens attached to them. There's and they support all those tools, so you don't always see that. Anyhow, all right, so there you go. You could select a PDF output and do that. There also is over here the export and PDF, and it's a little different. It doesn't seem to have as much functionality built into it, but if you set it to current, you're usually pretty good. So right over here, if you want to see it, open in Viewer, and we're going to save it as E6D PDF, and let's give it a second. It's using a PDF viewer right here, and it actually looks great. So as you can see, there's different settings. I'm just going to close that. All right, so as far as creating the drawing, we actually created a model and we created a drawing from it. It's not so bad. Actually, it's very efficient. Now, let's say you wanted to bring in an old template from another company, maybe someone's using a different software and they have templates that they want you to use. That's very common if you're working for a consulting firm. So have them send it to you. If they can, send it as a DWG file. I mean, if they actually have the template file, that would be the best. But let's go and open, and I already have one in here. And I saved it as Draw 1. And I'm going to hit yes and continue opening Draw 1. And here you can see it, and this one comes from a different CAD system. And we can remove certain things. Now we're just going to click and drag a fence to surround it. And Control C on your keyboard. Copy. Now let's go to our E6D Let's see if we could drop this in. The typical layout 1, even though it comes up looking like this, you could click and delete this. This is usually an A-size drawing, so you could control V as in Victor, and then move this and just center it as good as you could get it. Now there are like some tricks and things like that for getting aligned. This one doesn't fit perfectly. It's a little bit wider. Those little dashed lines there are indicators of where the plot cuts off. Okay, so I just clicked to kind of get it in there. I tried to center it as best as I could. Now you can go in here, and if you don't want these, you could click on them and delete them. They're still a little bit too big. You could put your own letters in over it, but the rest of the template is quite nice. Now you'll see here, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing again, but you could go back to layout, and now you could go to base from model space. And look at, we're back right where we started here. We could go to the orientation, go with top, exit, isometric view, right view, and now right click and enter. And the hidden lines shaded with visible edges. And we're back in business. So again, and now look at this, you have an A size. I'm going to try and put that template up on Vertanu 1, V-E-R-T-A-N-U-X. You could actually see on my video down below. There's a link if you go to my YouTube page down in the lower right corner of the banner. And you could go in there, and I'm hoping to have it in there, and so you could just grab it and drop it in and test it out yourself, or you could grab them from anywhere. It just has to be a DWG file, and then copy and paste it over. Make sure all the stuff is out of the middle, of course, but anyhow. Well, that concludes exercise 6. Hi, welcome back. I'm Chris Sikora, and we're going to step through exercise 7 using Autodesk AutoCAD 2021. This is a bit of an advanced lesson that we're looking at here, and you can see we're going to create this. This is actually one of those little grills that would go over like a fan that's on the back of a computer. They don't use them as often on computers like they used to. Now you see them on medical equipment and things like that, but it's pretty generic. And so we're going to step through. Now, you might say, well, what's really advanced about this? For the most part, not much of it is. But if you look closely at the actual little foot pads, these little, or I should say where the screws are going to hold it down or fasten it down, that's a 3-dimensional bend that we're looking at right there. All right, and so we want to see how that's done. That's the gist of it. But then I'm going to show you some other techniques that might be useful for you in efficient modeling. So let's begin. First of all, the training guide I don't have written just yet. Hopefully I should. If you want to go to vertanu1.com, okay, and then go to the instructional manuals, you'll find this lesson in the Creo or the SolidWorks. You won't find it in the Inventor yet, but you could look at either one of those. I should have an AutoCAD one up here someday, hopefully. No promises on that. But inside that, you'll find on around page 75 or so, you'll actually see what we're trying to design here. And you can see this is the bend part. We're going to draw this front view first, so it's about 4 inches in height, actually 5.5 if you account for the radius. And we'll see how that's all put together, and there's a little opening there. And then we'll see the right side view here, and we'll go ahead and construct that as well. So let's begin. Go to New, and we're going to use the AutoCAD 3D. Those of you who are in other countries or even in the US, you might want to be using ISO, which is metric. My lessons are typically, there's only a couple of them that are metric, but this one is not. So though, just so you know, you would go to the ISO 3D and that will give you a metric version. But we're going to use the AutoCAD 3D, which is the Imperial version. Let's go ahead and click on that. And I like to start off, as always, with 2D wireframe. And then I go to Home and click on Top. Now we're going to start off by drawing a line. So go to the line tool and turn your snap mode on just so you can snap to the center there. Click, drag this up, and just type in 4 and hit enter. Make sure it's vertical. And then hit escape. And let's go click on top here for a fit. Maybe even scroll back a little bit so you can see the line. Now, the next thing we're going to do, we know the radius is 1.5. So let's go center radius. Snap to that top point, click and drag out, and 1.5, and hit enter. Now, at this point, I think we could turn off the snap to grid. And let's proceed now to go to the line tool here, and off of this point, click and drag down and cross over. Now we're going to make this about 2 inches, and then hit tab, and it's going to be 105 degrees. Okay, and then hit escape. Now we're going to trim that up. Go ahead and trim through there, through there. We could even trim this. And we could trim that, I suppose, or delete it, whatever you prefer. Now let's go to the Fillet tool and go to Radius, set it to 1 inch, hit enter, and select this entity and this entity to get that radius in there. Now let's join it together, just so, because we're going to go ahead and extrude this soon. So go to Join, click and drag a fence to surround it, hit enter, and now it's one complete entity. All right, now for the next one, let's go back to the Home button here, and we want to make the right side view, which is a little bend in there. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and click on right over here. This is the rotate, and we want to rotate around the y-axis. So select that. Now rotate by moving your pointer to the right so that the Z is to the right side. Click, and you'll see the grid will appear to the right. And there are other tricks, and I'm aware of that. I'm just showing you a way. This is a way that other people who use Inventor or other CAD systems out there that are plane-based can understand. We're basically rotating our sketch plane in this case. All right, now let's go to the front. Actually, go back home. We rotate this around. Oh. Okay. Oh, actually, I guess we could go to bottom. There we go. That's fine. All right. Now we're going to go ahead and draw some more geometry. So click on the line tool and snap to this point, drag it to the left, and it should be 1.5. So we're following that edge that we see. Now drag this down, and we want this to be, let's see here, 1 inch. Hit tab, and then we want this to be 45 degrees. All right, now drag this to the left, and we could have this extend beyond. So like we could even put 4 inches in there if we want, and then hit escape, because that's not going to matter so much. Now we could go to the Fillet tool and go to Radius, and we should be set for the 1 inch. You can just hit enter, and I'll select this and that, and then select this and that. Oops, hit escape, hit enter again, and then go back to Radius. Oh, it was already set to that, that's fine. Enter, select this and that. There we go. So now we have the fillets on there. If we go back home, we can now see, there it is, and we're going to go ahead and join those geometries as well. So click on Modify, go to Join, select this little segment right here at Fillet. There's a little tiny segment in there, this one here, and this one right here, and hit enter. And I'm aware that my dimensions are a little bit different than the training guide. Feel free to use mine or the ones that are in the training guide. There's just some slight variations to them. But in this case, I wrote the guide, so I'm not overly concerned. I'm just going with what's fast versus having to toggle tune from the manual. Okay, and now we're going to go ahead and we're going to extrude these. So let's go to extrude, and we want to extrude this one here. Hit enter, and let's just extrude it about 3 inches in the downward direction. We didn't need it that deep, but now let's go back, hit enter to extrude, select this one, hit enter, and drag this off. We're going to go 4 and hit enter. Now let's shade this because it's going to be a little easier, I think, for you to see what we're doing. I'll go with shades of gray. Now, what we need to do is get this sheet centered more. So let's go to Move, click on Move, find the midpoint. Actually, click on the geometry first, and then hit enter. Find the midpoint here. It should give you a triangle. Click, and it's okay. It says it's essentially going to blow away the curve connection. That's fine. We don't really need it anyhow in this one. Now move this over to where the origin is. Click, and essentially that just centered it. Now you can go ahead and hit escape to make sure you don't have anything selected. At this point, we're going to go ahead and do an intersection. So type in INT, and you'll see intersect. Click on it. Select this body, and then this one, and hit enter. And now we have a 3D curve. And let's dissect this a bit. Let's create a new layer here. So go to New, and we're going to make a curves layer. Okay, hit enter, and you could close that. Now let's select this straight one right here, and then this top one here. Go to the layers and just select curve. And now you could go to that same one and turn on the light or turn off the light bulb, and it should hide those. And what it's left behind is our 3D guide curve that we've just created. Let's go ahead and go back to UCS World. It resets everything for us. I had to hit it twice. I'm not sure why, but that's all right. Okay, and as we rotate, we can now see we have a nice guide curve that we could follow through with. Now what we're going to do, and again, we don't need to always do this. There's other ways, and if you have a way and you want to share it down below in the comments, go ahead. I know that there's probably a dozen ways to do this. Again, I'm just doing this for the benefit of those coming from Inventor or some other CAD system that's plane-based. We want to rotate about the X, and then make sure that the Y goes vertical. So see 90, so I just dragged that up, and it snaps. Click. And then now we could go to the circle tool and make sure we go with center diameter and snap to that point, and this will basically, it rotated us 90 degrees, and we want it to be 0.5 and hit enter. Now we could go to underneath extrude, find sweep, and actually hit escape before we do that. We need to join this curve first. So under modify, go to join and select them on an individual basis, just so you don't accidentally select. And actually there's a few fragments here. Might not have been a bad idea to go through and just select the group there. We just want to make sure. Yeah, see, I missed that one. Let's go back to join. Just hit enter. Click on this. And there's little segments. So what we want to do with that is let's just click and drag a fence to surround all these. Hit enter. And then hit escape. And that way we know that it's all one. Now look at that. When we click on that, we have control vertices to drag and adjust it if we want. Don't do that here. You can take it with it after you're done with the lesson and send it to me. But let's finish this first. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and do our sweep. So click on sweep. The first thing you select is the profile, which is the circle we drew. All right, hit enter, and now select the path. And we should see a preview. Actually, it's more than a preview, it's done. And there is our geometry. Now, before you go on saying, well, you know, what good is this? Imagine you could use this for an exhaust system on a car that has to weave around, wiring that goes around other entities in 3D. Okay, so there are other tools in here, and you have the manipulator handles that can maybe make it easier too, but this is just one technique. All right, now we're going to go ahead and do the rest of this body. So let's go over here to press pull, and let's extend this out. Now, could I have done this earlier? Absolutely, all in one, but let's make this 7 inches. Now we're going to go ahead and we want to go with Revolve, and on the filter, go with edges and select this edge right here and hit enter. Now it's asking us for a how far we want this out. And let's make this 1.5 to the left. Notice I'm snapping. Enter. And then just drag it straight up. And this is basically our axis of revolution. It's going to give us the radius that we saw earlier. And just make sure it's at 90 degrees there. The height doesn't matter. Click. All right, now it's going the wrong direction, so hit reverse. And we only want this to go 45 degrees, so type in 45. Now you're probably wondering, why 45 degrees? We're going to double this up by mirroring it, and 45 and 45 gives you 90 degrees, so it's going to make this a 90-degree elbow for us. That's the thought process, at least. Okay, let's merge all these, or unite them. So go to Solid Union, and we could probably just select all of them. Hit enter and escape, and click on it, just make sure it all highlights, and we look good. All right, rotate this around so you can see that end there, and now again we're going to go with we're going to go to mirror here. Actually, again, we haven't used mirror yet in this case. Let's go mirror and select the entity we want to mirror. Hit enter. Okay, and then I like to use 3 points, especially on this. This is kind of a weird little entity here. So pick up on the quadrants. 1, 2, 3. And delete source? No. And there we go. So we've just moved this over to the other side. So there's our 90-degree elbow. Let's unite them. Again, you could just click and drag across. If you go from right to left, it selects everything in the bounding box. All right. If you go from left to right, everything has to be enveloped. That's selected. So anything that's sticking out is not going to be part of the selection. So that's why I went from right to left when making the bounding box. All right. So now we have our elbow here. Let's now go to the, again, we're going to flip this around, and we could rotate this around the y-axis. And you're going to see we're going to put some little circles for our revolve. Okay, so let's go over here. We want to go around the Y. Or sometimes I just like to reset so we don't get confused. So go back to this little world there, make sure the Z is pointing up. And now we could go over here. We want to rotate around the Y. And the Z should point to the right and make it snap. See, 90 degrees, click. All right. Now let's go home, and we could go to bottom. And this is where I prefer to use wireframe again. And that also shuts off the perspective. And note, you could always shut off perspective if you type in here perspective. And then 0 is off, 1 is on. Perspective gives a vanishing point. Just like in real world, the room gets smaller the further you are away. That's the vanishing point that I'm talking about. By disabling that, everything is straight no matter how deep you're looking. Okay, now, actually I think I'm going to switch to shades of gray. All right, and let's see here. Yeah, I think we should be able to do this. Let's flip this around. I think we want it to look, that looks good. All right, so basically we just want the top there. And notice you could drag it around or go back home and reset it and just keep flipping these little arrows until you get where you want, until you can see the top, and then click on the top. And if you want to rotate it 90 degrees, like I have it standing upright, that's fine. Or if you want to lay it down, that's fine too. Okay, now what we need to do here is we need to find the center of the model. And that's not very hard. And that's the center of the model to be, not the center of this one specifically. So go to line. And what we want to do is we want to snap, and we should turn on the snaps here. And you want to snap right in that center there. Click and drag it to the right or to the left, it doesn't matter. And the length doesn't really matter as long as you can see it. That's going to be our axis of revolution for the rings that we're going to create. Now what we can do here is we're going to go ahead and draw some circles. And I'm going to proceed to draw the first one up here. That's pretty good right there. And we'll make it 0.5. Okay, it's snapped right there. You can see I'm still on snap to grid. You could turn off snap to grid now. All right, and with that, we're going to go ahead and click on that geometry and then go to linear or rectangular array, I should say. All right, now with the rectangular array, we have, you can see here, 4 columns, which we actually just want 1. And then over here, rows, we actually want 3. Actually, I'm sorry, 4. 4. And then the between, let's go with negative 2. All right, and we should see them right there. All right, we could actually make that 2.2, I suppose, or something else to just spread them out a little bit more. Oh, forgot. Let me type in negative again. Negative 2.2. All right, looks pretty good. Hit close array, and now we're ready to revolve. So let's rotate this a bit, and we could go to revolve, and from the left to right, make sure you envelop those 4 circles, or you could select them individually. Hit enter, and then this is going to be what we're going to pattern around. Not pattern, but revolve. Okay, now here's the thing. We're going to go ahead and have this go 100 and, I guess we could do the 45 first. Let's do the 135. Oh, and we're going to reverse it. 135. Okay. All right, now we're going to do those same ones again and add 45 to it. So for the filter, if you just turn on edge temporarily, remember, sometimes you have to turn off. This has like a little AI in it, I think, that turns it off automatically sometimes, which is really nice. So anyhow, we're going to select these. Hit enter. And let's go ahead and select that point, this one. And this is just going to go 45. Okay, so 135 and 45 equals 180 degrees. Let's merge everything. So go to union, and I'm just going to go from left to right, or right to left. Hit enter. You can see everything is connected now. It's all one. And now we could go to mirror. Now for mirror, we just select the entity, hit enter, and now we could use some points here. We could select that point there, this quadrant here, and that. Hit no. All right, and so basically we made a mirror plane. And there it is. Now you might notice that this one's a little different than the last one I made. Let's merge it. Okay, in terms of I made more of an opening gap there. That's more realistic. I had actually originally made the inside radius 1 inch, and I just upped it to 1.5 inches. So that's when we did that revolve in there. Okay, let's unite all this. Click and drag a fence to surround it. Hit enter. And you can now go to, can make it look a little bit better under realistic. And there you have it. And that's a pretty advanced lesson. Just to show you here too, if you type in perspective, there it is. And see it's set to 0 right now. Turn it to 1 and watch what happens. It gives that vanishing point. Looks a little bit more realistic. Looks nicer for renderings, things like that. Okay, that concludes this exercise. I hope you enjoyed it. See you with exercise 8. Hi, welcome back. I'm Chris Sikora, and I'm going to step you through exercise 8, AutoCAD 3D 2021. And so in this exercise, as you can see there, our goal is to create a boat. In this case, it's like a makeshift rowboat. It's not finished or anything. But as you can see here, we're going to use the Loft tool to do this. And I'm not going to go through everything that you see here, but let's go ahead and get started. First of all, the training guide I'm currently working on is not available just yet, but if you go to the vertanu1.com and then go to instructional manuals and then the Autodesk Inventor, for right now you could use that until you see the AutoCAD version up there, and it starts on page 80. All right, so here you can see this one was using Inventor, so we have planes, whereas in AutoCAD it doesn't work quite the same way, but we could still find substitutions for some of these things. All right, we have a series of planes offset. We're just going to actually offset each sketch, and as you can see here, we're going to draw 1/2 of it. And there's a lot of dimensions here we're not going to put in. We're just going to use the basics. And so let's start. I'm going to start with the new AutoCAD 3D. And I'm going to go ahead, go to the home button, go to top. Actually, I'm going to go back home here. We're going to rotate so we actually see the boat coming out towards us versus currently it's going to stand up straight. So if we go to the home tab, and then over here we could see where we could rotate. We want to rotate around the X. So let's go ahead and select, actually, you know what, let's have it come out to the left. So yeah, actually no, we'll have it rotate around the X. Click on the rotate around the X and make sure you drag this straight up, and so the Z is pointing to our right, lower right. Okay, click. Now our plane is off to that side. Let's go, and I like to start off with wireframe, and we're going to go to the line tool here, and now turn on the snap, and get to that origin. Click and drag across here and make it 2.5. And then hit escape and hit enter again. Snap to that point, drag it down, and just make this 2. If you can snap to it, that's fine. Up, and enter again. Forgot to click. So get to 2 and click. And then hit escape. Now we're going to use the spline tool here. Now if you go to surfacing, there is the CV spline, which is very nice, and it actually gives you control points. We're not going to use that. We're just going to use the basics right now, but know that later on we're going to design a bottle, and I think exercise 10, and we'll probably end up using that, which gives you fantastic control capabilities. But this one right here is fine, so just the spline tool. And we want to start there, and actually we should turn off the snaps to the grid. Then snap to that point, and kind of make your way toward that end there. You could drag this in a little bit, and finally click on that point. So I clicked on a few points, and then right click and enter. All right, and I'm going to hit escape, and if you click on that, you'll see that there are some controls that you could adjust. Be careful, I'm not going to adjust them because you have the potential to move them out of sync with the plane, and then it's not going to work. So if you do make adjustments to them, be very careful. For this one, let's just try and get this one done, and then you could tinker with those a little bit. And I'm just going to go to the left side here just to verify that. See, that's what I was afraid was going to happen. So let's go back and let's go home, and let's delete that. All right, now I'm going to go to the top view and then rotate this. And let's go back to the spline tool. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and click here. Now let's see if we have that same issue. I'm going to click down here, across here, and then connect, and then right click and enter the last one. And let's go to the right view orientation and just verify that it's flat. Okay, looks good. Now I have tried to copy and paste this, and I have done it successfully, but when I try and change the actual geometry, it's almost more difficult than it is to just redraw it for a new user. So knowing that many of you are new users to this, I'm not going to go through the copy and paste, but no, you can. It's just that it has a tendency to move some of the geometry and then it doesn't work right. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and move our work plane. So we're going to go over here to Z axis, and we're going to move this, and actually I should look at the training guide. It's going to be 6 inches. So we want it to move along here, get it to where it snaps, and type in 6 and hit enter. And now make sure that the Z is actually pointing. Let's zoom out here a little bit. It should be pointing to the right and snapping like this. So click. All right, and we've just offset our work plane essentially. Now we're going to go ahead and use the line tool again. But before we do that, let's take a look at our training guide. The next one, these are sections that we're drawing, by the way. And essentially, this next section that we see here, it gets bigger. It's like 2.375 by 3 wide. Okay, so let's go to the line tool, get to that point, and we're going to have to use the snap again. And this will be 3, and actually I can snap to it. And I'm going to hit escape and hit enter again, connect to that point. And this next one will be, actually, let's just make it 2.5 to make it easy. And then hit escape. Now I'm going to zoom out a little bit and zoom back in. Actually, it was really nice when we were looking at it normal too. So if you click on top and rotate it like that, now we could go back to the spline just so it doesn't snap to other points. Again, right here, click, and you could turn off that snap to grid. And you're just going to try and follow these edges again down to here, click, and then down and right click and enter to end the spline. All right, now let's just verify that it's flat. Go to the right and both look nice and flat. Go to home and let's get another one in here. Now the next one is going to be 8 inches. And this is where if you're going to make like an elongated, like let's say you're going to make a cigarette boat, you know, like one of the fancy speedboats, and you want to make that hull longer. This is where instead of 8 inches span it out, you could span it out maybe 12, and it's going to make a nice long hull. All right, now this next one's going to be very small, 0.6 by 0.675. So let's 0.6 by 0.7. We'll just round it off. All right, let's go to the line tool. Oh, we first have to move that. Let's go back to Z. And this one is 8. So get an alignment there, 8. Enter. And then make sure it's facing the same direction, the Z. Click. And now we could zoom out a little bit and get zoomed up on that region. I'm just using my mouse. Notice I point the mouse where I want to zoom up to while I scroll the wheel. Okay. And I know you can't see that on my pointer. So, okay, now let's go and we're going to set the grid back on. We have the line tool selected. Click on this. We'll make this, get it to the left. We'll make it 0.7. Enter. Hit escape. And now enter again. Click on that point and down 0.6. Enter. And hit escape. And we'll go ahead and go to top again and rotate it clockwise. And now it's kind of hard to see, but you're going to be able to use the spline tool and snap to those points there. So there's, I believe that's one of them right there. And actually I'm going to turn off these snaps. All right, and let's find, there it is. Click on that point. You have to kind of scan through. Go down, click, drag, and now scan and find that point there. Click and then down and right click, enter. All right, and you remember you can go back and edit these, but let's try and make it first and then you could fiddle with it. All right, now we're going to go back home, and the point, we don't need to actually draw a point. The software actually gives us the option to put a point in as we're creating the loft. So lofts are basically take this type of geometry and make a solid across them. So hit underneath extrude and go to loft. Now we're going to go ahead and before we do this, hit escape. And at this point, let's save it. And save it as E8. I'm going to call mine E8B because I've already made this earlier. All right, now we could go back to loft. Oh, before that too, we want to go ahead and transition these to full closed contours. And so we want to use the join tool. So go ahead and select join. And I saved this just in case you want to reuse this geometry and modify it later. You could save as E8C or D and make multiple versions with this original one intact. Okay, and join, select this, hit enter, and hit escape. So I just select those, and you can see they're all there. And it still gives us the control points to adjust it, the spline. All right, and a spline, by the way, is a freeform geometry. Initially, splines were based off of polynomial splines, which some of you might remember from math class in high school, even when you dealt with polynomials. Those have transitioned over the years, especially around World War II, the development of curves for aviation and then the auto industry. And so you ended up going to what they call curvature continuity, and what they have now is G2, G3, and G4. And there's also T-splines, which I don't think T-splines are in here. This can handle, though, NURBs, which are non-uniform rational B-splines and things like that. So I'm not, without going into too much detail, I'm not going to do that. Maybe when we do the bottle in exercise 10, I'll talk about that a bit more. Okay, so you could fast forward through it if you need to. Now let's go back to loft. Select the profile here, and I usually like to select near the same area on all of them. Click around there, and click here. And you can see the profile it's creating. Now, you'll find point. Click on point. And it says specifying endpoint. Now, in this case, we want it to be, I probably should have drawn another plane out here. In fact, I'm going to hit escape. Let's get that plane out there. And I know we could probably do it without creating this, but again, those of you who are using Inventor or some of the other plane-based systems, it's going to make more sense. So go to Z-axis, drag this forward, and we only want it 1 inch. And then make sure it's facing forward. Click. All right, now we should be able to do our loft. Click on the cross sections in order. And now go to point and specify the point. Now we're going to go to the grid snap and get right on that point. There we go. Now you'll see that you have guides, path, cross sections, settings, continuity. Remember, that was the thing I was talking about. We're not going to go into that right now, but just make sure cross sections, you can just hit enter, and there it is. Okay, let's go to a shaded mode, so shades of gray, and you can now see we've made 1/2 of the boat hull. Let's rotate it this way, and again, I'm just holding shift in the middle wheel to rotate. And now we're going to mirror that. So up here on the home tab, 3D mirror, select the object you want to mirror, hit enter, and then I always like 3 points, and do it any way you feel comfortable with. And these 3 points, delete the source object, no. All right, hit escape. And now we want to merge those. So let's go over here to solid union, select the 2 bodies, hit enter. And there we have it. our boat hull is done. Now, what I like to do in my classes sometimes is I have a boat contest, so you can build up the boat as however you like. And another thing, that the question that comes up quite often actually on these videos is people see how we make the boat hulls in different systems, and they're like, well, how do I flatten it? Because they want a pattern. Now, unfortunately, I don't think I have Rhino on here, but another software, oh, there is Rhino actually. I do have Rhino. Rhino, you could download a free trial of it, and you're actually able to export this as surfaces. You could explode this basically and export it as a collection of surfaces. Oh, and it's expired. Oh, let's continue. That's all right. It's just one. You know what? Unfortunately, my trial license has expired. I can't show it to you, but it's doing something. And that software, oh, here we go. Run without saving. All right, so it still worked. And this software, actually, there is something called Flatten. I believe it's Flatten. Yeah, Flatten Surface. And you'd be able to select it. It doesn't always work the way you'd expect, especially on very complex surfaces. We could try it on here, though. And this is what you would want to do, those of you. And you could do this with any CAD system. Every CAD system that I have on my page, you know, there's 15 different CAD systems, I think. Most of them I do this boat on them, or at least several of them I do. And in theory, you should be able to do the same thing we're about to do. You could export this. In fact, if I go to File, Export, and let's see here, other formats. And if we look over here, we have 3D DXF. ACES is a very good tool. ACES is the foundation of the AutoCAD solids, so that's like as close as to a native file as you can get without in it. IGES files output very nice surfaces. That stands for Initial Graphics Exchange Specification. I'll go ahead and I'll do that. An IGES. I like IGES files. And I'm just going to put them on my desktop. All right, and now let's see if we can open that up. Can we select IGES from here? There's IGES. And it should be on our desktop. And I'm not seeing it. I could have swore I dropped it on our desktop. Anyhow, those of you not interested in this could fast forward to where I actually shown on the method. I should have practiced it ahead of time. It just hit me though thinking about it. All right. Anyhow, I'm not seeing that IGES file. I'll have to figure out. Oh, I have to select the object. There it is. Enter. Export job is processing in the background. Okay. It's done. So let's go back to Rhino. This is just going to take a minute. All right. Now File, Import. And we could select IGES again. And Desktop. E8B. Open. Rhino units are set to inches, or IGES file. Millimeters, scale. Yeah, go ahead and scale it first. Okay. So here we have it. And let's change that. Let's go to Shaded. And see, I could rotate that around. Actually, the scale messed up a little bit, but that's okay. All right. And I'm gonna, it actually managed to merge everything. So here we would explode it into a collection of surfaces. And let's see. There we go. Okay, we could delete that one and delete this one. And this rotates with the middle mouse button, and you just double click over here. All right, and now let's do the flatten and see if it works. Flatten surface. Select first edge to flatten. Okay, it's been a long time since I've used it. Oh, looks like it might work actually. Oh, to the edges. Is that right? I don't know. That doesn't look like it did what I was expecting. Just put it on the plane we were looking at. Okay, anyhow, there is a tool in there. I haven't used it in a long time, but I'm sure you can find a video on it. I was just hoping to help those of you who saw this right away and like who design boats for a living, like, hey, I could go in there. But know that there is a tool, and I've used it before, and I've had moderate success. Sometimes I've gotten it to work, sometimes I haven't, but I haven't done that in like 10 years. So I just wanted to share that. All right, so now with this boat, a couple things you could do. Like you saw that I shelled it out last time. And to do that, you just go to Shell, and you could go ahead and select the boat, hit Enter, select the face. Hold on a second. Actually, let's try that again. Okay, select that. Then remove faces. We want this face removed. Hit Enter, and let's set it to 0.1. And exit. And exit. All right, so there we have our shelled out boat. All right, now for the putting in the seats, or the seating, I'll just go over here and let's see. We want to go ahead and we're going to rotate this. Actually, let's go back to the world coordinates, and then we could select the right. There we go. And now on the right side here, we could go ahead and draw in a corner rectangle. Like, let's say we want it to be based off of that. Oops. Oh, wrong plane. Let's try that again. Let's turn off the snaps. Enter. Okay. Let's go to the top view there. Let's try that one more time here. Okay. You create your little rectangle. Well, I created a line. But anyhow, with that, you just end up extruding it. Like I could go to press pull here. And you pull it out. And apparently, you know, because it's only a line, it's not working. I'm going to let you guys fiddle with it. I already did it. And I'm just having a tricky day here. But anyhow, that's it. This is all you have to do, those of you in the class. But if you want to enter, if we do have a boat contest, I'll let you know. And that's just for those of you who are actually in my class at the college. Don't really have an official one or anything like that, though that would be cool. Anyhow, hope you enjoyed this lesson. Thanks. And that concludes exercise. Hi, welcome back. I'm Chris Sikora, and I'm going to step you through AutoCAD 2021. We're going to do actually some surfacing today, and that bottle that you see there we're going to construct and show you some tips and techniques. So let's begin, and this is exercise 9 in the training guide. Start off, go to New. Oh, by the way, let me just go over the bottle here. Some of the things you're going to see here are, we're going to learn how to do a loft. We're also going to learn how to loft this like interesting surface contour through here. We're going to cut in a handle. We're going to put in a generic top. It's nothing more than just a cylinder on the top. But this is a collection of surfaces. And question sometimes comes up, can you use the surfaces to export for a printed part or CNC? And that's absolutely true. You can. Some of the softwares that are out there that slice, they will actually try and knit this into a polygon mesh or STL file. So let's begin. Go to New, AutoCAD 3D, hit OK. And as always, I like to go to Wireframe, Home, and then top. And we're going to draw the bottom of the bottle first. Now, turn on your snaps and zoom out a bit. And now we could go ahead and find the spline tool. Now, actually, just to ensure that you get the proper one, go to Surface, and we're going to use the CV spline, which is Control Vertices. And this is what you would want to use for something like this, okay? Because it does make a very nice, generates a very nice bottle. Now zoom out enough to where we're below the Y here in the negative direction, about 2. See, it says -2 and it's snapping. Click and drag it over about 1.5. Click and drag it directly above here, so polar is 2 inches and 90 degrees. Click, and then bring it up here, and let's see, we'll actually have it go 2 right about there, and then straight down. Click, so we're snapping. And it doesn't have to be exactly like mine, by the way. It could look a little different. Now right mouse button click, right click for that last one. I clicked left once, and then right mouse button click, and just hit enter. All right, now there are a couple ways to make this. Since it's a surface model, we could actually just make 1/2. I like to do 2 halves just from the standpoint, after teaching this over so many years and making this model, that students really get a nice look at what the whole bottle looks like versus half. And we just need 1/2. We'll mirror it over later, but I'll mirror it over now too, just for technique purposes. So let's go home, and we'll go down here to modify and find the mirror tool. Select the geometry, and then let it hit enter, and then snap to this point down here, and then to the origin, just click and hit no. All right. Now this bottle is going to be a little different than the one I designed earlier. That one I designed earlier was a little more narrow. I think instead of going out 1.5, I only went out like 1 inch. So it's a little bit, which would make it 2 inches in width overall once it's mirrored. So this might look a little different. Might not even look quite as nice. But now that we have that, let's go to the home button. And let's switch from world coordinates to right. And let's go to the bottom button here. All right, now we're going to draw the profile of the bottle. And we're going to go up about 2 3/4 up here of the major grid spacing. So let's go to spline and let it snap right over here on the endpoint. Click, drag it up about 2.5 right here. Click, and then you could start bringing it in. And this is going to have a subtle curve to it. And we'll bring it up to about 4 right there. Click. And now right click and enter. Now later on you could go back and modify this if you like. Now let's hit enter again. It should bring back the spline tool. And let's snap to this one and bring this up about 2.5. And then dart it in a little bit deeper, like see where I am right about there. And then bring it up where it's even at polar 2, click, and then right click and enter. So we have a little bit of a curvature going on there. A little different than the last one, but still will be interesting. Now let's go back to isometric. And I'm going to go ahead, hit escape, and join these two. Now again, we technically could probably do just one, but let's join it. And here's join. Select both entities. Hit enter so it's one continuous. Now what I'm going to do here, and there's other methods of doing this, I'm going to use this method that will just be able to show you what I'm doing rather than just not seeing what's happening, because there's going to be a curve on top of a curve if we do it another way. But go to move, click on that curve, hit enter, and then right at this point here, this endpoint, click, and then just drag it to the right, click, and Oh, you know what? Control Z. I'm sorry. I wanted to copy. Not Control Z is undo. Let's go back to copy. I'm sorry. I wanted to copy it. I didn't want to do that. So let's click on this, hit enter, and then let's click on that point and drag it over here. Click, and then hit escape. So we have a duplicate. Now what you're going to see, and there's probably other ways to do this, but anyhow, we're going to shrink this down. We're going to scale it down for the top portion because this is going to be a loft. So click on this model, and let's go to, under Modify, find a, not a line, I'm sorry. Yes, it is a line. My apologies there. It's a line. And now there's a 2D and a 3D, but this align down here does 2D and 3D. Let's select that curve, hit enter. Now select this point here. Now well, we don't need to have the points turn on there. Let's just click there, and then click on this one here. And now go down here to this corner, click, and click on this one up here. Hit enter. And scale object based on alignment? Yes. So click on the yes. Now see how it moved it up there. Now we could go back to move, click on this, hit enter, find that point there and drag it back to this point here. Click. And so now we have two sides. And again, there's other ways to do that. If you want to share a way down below in the comments, by all means, it'd be appreciated, because anyway, there's multiple techniques. All right, now that we have that done, now we're going to go ahead and loft this. And we're going to loft it actually as a solid. And that's going to allow us to put some fillets in on it pretty easily. So go to loft. So select this geometry here, hit enter. Sorry, let's go back to loft there. Click on this, and then this top one here. Hit enter, and now you'll see enter an option. We want guides. Click on this here and this guide over here and hit enter. Now it looks strange, but watch this go to shade gray, and now we can actually see our bottle. Let's go ahead and put a fillet on the bottom. Now go to solid and go to fillet edge. Now here's the thing, there's something called blends as well. And when you have a surface model, you can do blends. And I've tried it on this one, and I haven't been too successful, and it might be due to the geometry conditions, I'm suspecting. So these are not what they call G2 curvature continuity fillets here, but there is a capability built into here that should allow that. Let's go to radius, and let's set it to 0.25, enter. Now go ahead and select that bottom edge, and hit enter and enter. All right, now let's go to the front, or actually the bottom, and rotate 90 degrees. And we're going to put in a feature here, a slope feature that goes down in this direction. So with that, let's go to home, and let's find the spline again. And you don't need to have the actual snaps on necessarily, as long as you stay away from any sort of geometry there. Okay, I'm going to drag it up like this, and then around, like, get up a little higher, click, and then right click, enter. Now I'm going to hit, select that, and see this ball right here? Click on that. You could drag it up to give it more of a rounded shape. And now if you click on this one, we could drag it down a little bit more. And then we could grab this and bring it up a little bit closer to the top. Oops. Click. Because we're going to use that to shave this. All right, hit escape, rotate it, and make sure it's not 3D. It should just be a 2D curve. If you do have difficulty where it's actually starting to curve like that, you won't be able to extrude it. So I would recommend you going back to the snap-on mode to smooth it out. Just delete it, draw a new one. All right, now let's go to press pull. select that, drag it this way, select that end there, drag it that way. Hit escape, and let's merge those two. So go to the union tool, select both entities, hit enter. Now they're just one, hit escape. All right, we're going to use this to trim. And at this point, we'll go to split right here. Now there is a trim tool as well, but we'll use slice. You can see how that works. Okay, select the object we want to slice, hit enter, and then select surface and click on this. And now we get to select what we want to keep. So just click on this surface here, and look at that. It's now a nice surface. We could click on this. You can either save it or delete it. And I'm going to get rid of that too. Now we could go and put a fillet on there. So go to solid, fillet, and go to radius, and we'll put like a 0.125 radius. And enter, enter. Okay, so our bottle is starting to have an interesting shape. Now we want to put in here a handle section and have it kind of slope in really nice and smooth. Okay, so and before we do that, what we want to do is cut this in half. We're going to actually use the slice again. Okay, and we're going to select this body, hit enter, and then we want 3 points, and turn on your grid. And if you just snap the grid, I should say. 1, 2, 3, and enter. I'll keep both sides. All right, so now it's split into 2. Now the reason why we did that is because the sweep that we're going to create, or actually loft that we're going to create, it only does one side. And that's why I was saying you really only need 1/2 of this, and then you can model it and mirror, make it. So technically, if we want, we could delete that side. All right. And I'm going to go ahead, and now I'm going to change this into surfaces. So I'm going to go modify and explode it. So go to explode, select the model, hit enter. Now it's a collection of surfaces. We don't need this back surface, so you could click on that and hit delete. You can see it's hollowed out now. All right. So technically we could have done this from the very start with 1/2, but there is some security in making it smooth on both ends. So by the way we're doing it, I don't necessarily know if we need to do that though. All right, let's go to left, and we could go back to 2D wireframe. And we're going to use the spline tool again. And you could turn off that snaps. And we want to come off here, and we'll follow this through. And we'll have it come off like that. Then right click, enter. All right, so we have that curve there, and you could offset this, I suppose, if you wanted to. I like to give it a little bit more whimsical appearance, so I'm going to go ahead and draw another one where it changes a bit in size as we go down. Okay, now I'm going to hit escape. I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to bring this in a little bit more. Okay, I kind of like that. All right, now I'm going to hit escape, and let's go back to shaded. And we'll extrude this. And again, there's other trim tools that will enable you to do this a little bit easier. But I'm just going about it this way. This is a way I know that works. But it is fun to experiment. All right, now that we have that, we could go, and we'll use actually the trim tool this time. So go to Surface, and there you'll find Trim. There's the blend tool I was telling you about, and I actually, I've used it in under certain circumstances. It makes a nice smooth transition versus a radius, but we won't be doing that. All right, so select surfaces or regions to trim. So let's click on this, hit Enter. Select cutting curves or surfaces. So that and that. Hit Enter. And select area to trim. I suppose we want the inside. There we go. All right, and hit Escape. Now you could delete these or save them. Some people put them on different layers. Oh, Control Z. You know what? It's actually dependent on that. So there is actually turn off surface associativity. I think that might allow us to delete it. Ah, no. Control Z. All right, let's use the trim to trim the rest of it up. So let's see. That's probably the issue with using the trim tool to some extent, but I guess, let's see if it could. Oh, look at that. It didn't split it up into different entities. Oh, you know what? We could just go to Home, and we should be able to explode this. Ah, there's still associativity. Interesting. I don't usually do it this route. I should say, I've never taken it using the trim. I'm going to Control Z back. So I'm just holding Control Z, which is undo, until we get back to this. There we go. And I'm going to use a split instead because that seems to broker a much easier method. So let's go to Slice. All right, Object to Slice. That's what we want. Hit Enter. And select Surface. Okay, and that didn't do what I Control Z there. Escape. I think I had that surface pre-selected there. If that happens, you click on it and then hit Escape. Let's try that again. All right, so Slice. Select Object to Slice. We want this. Enter. Go to Surface. It's like that. Let's just do one at a time. Keep both. All right. I took care of that one. Now I'm going to go ahead and use the other one. So we'll hit Enter again. Select this part. Hit Enter, and then select Surface again. And then this lower surface. And hit and keep both sides. All right, because we could just go ahead and delete it. And now the associativity is gone. And we could delete that too. We could get rid of this. So the trim tool has associativity where if you delete the actual feature, the cut feature, it actually comes back. So in this case, I didn't want that. But in some cases, that's really useful. It's pretty neat. It's kind of like that associativity could be useful for changing it. All right, now that we have this, let's go to the bottom and use this tool again, the spline. Zoom up here, snap to this point here, drag it in a little bit, and then this point here, and then right-click, Enter. Let's do the same over here. So Enter, select that point, have it go in a little bit, and then select this point, and then right-click, Enter. Now what we have to do is we have to extract edges off of these this geometry here. So let's go ahead and find. We have to go to the Solid, Extract Edges, and go to the Filter. And we only want to capture edges. So select Edges, select this edge here, and hit Enter. Enter again, and select this edge here, Enter. All right, and then we should now be able to sweep our geometry, or not sweep it, but loft it. So go to loft. Now, notice I'm using the solid loft. You can use the solid loft in this release, and as long as it's not a closed knit geometry, it will make a surface. Okay, select this and select this. Hit enter and then use guides. Select this guide here and this guide here and hit enter. Okay, and in this case it said it wasn't valid, so that's okay. I've run into this before. Actually on the last one it didn't work, but I had one that it did work on. So it must just be the geometry conditions that it's not liking. Let's see here. It doesn't look all that complex, but the other thing that what I ended up using, I went to the surfaces here and I used patch. Let's go to surface patch. All right, and we'll do curves. Now it doesn't come out quite as nice, but it still looked pretty decent. So we'll just go ahead and select these curves here and hit enter. And you can see it's generating this. Now there's continuity and bulge magnitude. There's some settings in here. We're just going to hit enter and that's it. And so it gives us a little bit of an indented geometry, which you do have ability to modify that. Like there was that bulge curvature. Feel free to tinker with that. But I kind of like how this is. It's a little bit more on the subtle side. That's still going to show up on the model. So it has some nice curvature. And now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and go to the bottom again, and we want to put a handle in here. Now I was surprised because normally I draw in a kind of a unique handle, but I ended up using an ellipse, which normally I don't like to use such simplistic geometry, but it actually looked pretty good. So I'm going to go to the 2D wireframe, and inside here, click. Oh, let's hit enter again. Right about there, click. And we're going to drag this off. A little bit of a tilt there. And then just like that, not too close. All right, now we could shades of gray. And then I'll just extrude that, press pull, drag it through, hit escape. Now here's what we're going to use the trim tool, because this should work out for us pretty well. Let's try it. All right, so select the surfaces or regions to trim. Okay, so we want this to trim. Hit enter. Select cutting surface, hit enter. And then, let's see, did it take care of it? Oh, you know what? I just realized that's not a surface. Let's go to home and explode that. Okay. And we could delete the ends. All right, let's test this now. Okay, we want to trim this. Enter. Select this. Enter. Select the area to trim. There. Okay. And there's our opening. Now we could hit enter again. Let's trim this off of here. So select surfaces or regions to trim. It will be this. Enter. Select cutting curves, surface, hit enter. And then we want this to be gone. All right, so there you have it. And now if it were a solid, we could put a blend in on there, or feature, but the blend here, like I said, I've had some difficulty with that, but I'm sure if you did it correctly, you could get it to work eventually. But I'm going to leave this just like that. Now I'm going to mirror everything over to the other side. So let's go to Solid, actually Home, and there's Mirror Solid. Just select everything, Enter, and now 3 points. And this is where I'd recommend turning this on the snap mode. Oh, didn't take. Let's do that again. There we go. 1, 2, 3. And delete no. And there we have it. Okay, so we added a little indented feature that goes around. And now to add the neck of the bottle. Let's, and this is just for aesthetics. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to the bottom. And I'm going to use the rectangle tool. Actually, use the line tool. And turn it back to 2D wireframe. I'm going to snap right about there, drag out a rectangle, like about that big. Here, why didn't that take? Let's try that again. It's because it's trying to snap to other entities. All right, let's turn the snap on and see if we could get a snap point. There we go. And we'll make it, let's see here, the height 0.75. And then, oh, that's not doing what I was hoping. I actually hit escape. Let's turn off that snap. I'm not sure why that didn't take that first time. That's kind of odd. Oh, and you know what? We have to turn off all the snaps. So turn off snap cursor. There we go. All right. And we could put in specific values. I'm just eyeballing this one here, about 0.3-ish. Okay, and then we could turn back on those snaps. And I convert to this, or actually just go back to the rectangle tool. Put this on here. Now let's just do this as a revolve. Okay, so now I'm going to go to Revolve. Select the polygon. Hit Enter, select that point, and that point. Hit Enter. It should go 360 by default. And let's take a look at what we've got there. Let's shade it. Okay. And so you could see, it's not the best looking bottle, I'll just admit, but you could tinker around and make it look pretty darn classy. And that's about it for this exercise. Now, if you wanted to 3D print this, I believe it would work because it's a collection of surfaces. And it is kind of watertight at this point. So if we go to Export, Other Formats, you would be able to select lithography. That's one of the most common ones out there, but there's other ones too, specifically for 3D printing. But the lithography setting is going to give you the ability to output a nice polygonal model. And like if some of the slice softwares out there for 3D printing actually will automatically have the bounding boxes set correctly and the surface is set to normal where they're all on the outside, and you'll be in good shape. All right, well, thank you very much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed that exercise. Hi, welcome back. I'm Chris Sikora, and I'm going to step you through Exercise 10, AutoCAD Solids 2021. Now, in this exercise, we're actually going to take a look at building a very simple machined part that you see there. And from that, then we're going to take it into the CAM side of things. Now, we know computer-aided design, or CAD, is what we've been learning in this course. But let's look at the manufacturing side, computer-aided manufacturing. So we're going to take this model that we build here, and then we're going to bring it into a product called Mastercam. And there's several different tools out there for CAM. Autodesk has their own, in fact, but this one is the one we have at the college, so this is what we end up using for the most part. Now, you can see here, when we get that part in the software, we're going to be able to program it. It's what they call it, actually programming it to cut this out. And if we look at YouTube and type in CNC, we'll do a Haas, and you could actually see how these things work. Like right here is a CNC machine that is going to be cutting a block of, looks like aluminum. And this is a 5-axis machine. We're going to do what they call 2.5-axis, or it's kind of more like on an end of 3D, whereas 5-axis, there's a lot more movement that's available. Like you can see, that's rotating and spinning, and that's jets of coolant that are flowing down there as it drills. And see how it's peck drilling? It's going in and out, and that helps break the chips. And then here is a cutter, and as it goes around, it's removing material. So it's the opposite of 3D printing. It actually, you start with a block of material and remove the material from it, and hence is computer-aided manufacturing. Okay, so let's begin. I'm just going to pause that and go back. Now, you could find this information. I do have a temporary manual up there. You just have to go to vertanu1.com and go to the instructional manuals tab, and you'll see the Autodesk AutoCAD 3D. And it's really just a collection of notes, and it's taken from other CAD systems, and it's really just to get the dimensions, like you can see here, off of the geometry that you would create inside AutoCAD. And we're going to make it with a solid. And so let's take a look at that. I'm going to start with the new part. It's a 4x4 by 1 inch thick block. And oh, by the way, in that training guide, this is on page 93 currently. I am going to update it, so it's because that's using Inventor currently, but we could still get the geometry off of it that we need for this. So go to AutoCAD 3D, hit open, go to front, home, top, and let's go to the Home tab and go to 2D wireframe. Now, I'm not going to build the whole part for you. I'd like you to build it. At this point, you're pretty advanced. You should be able to do most of it, but I'll get you started here with the rectangle. I'm going to turn on the snap and snap right there at the first corner and type in 4 tab 4. So it's a 4x4 block. And now we could go click on top, and it should center it for us. Now the next things you're going to do is you're going to go and put in the rectangle. So in this upper left corner, click and drag out a rectangle. It should be 1.5 tab by 1.5. Enter. Now go to the circle, and we want diameter, center diameter, and down right about there, click and drag out a 1 inch, type in 1. And now go to line. And right about at that point, you're going to click and drag this across. Right about there is okay. And down here, about 3 inches or so, and then connect it. All right, hit escape. Also, we're going to draw in more diameter. So I'm going to go diameter here and radius. Oh, you know what? Actually, make sure on diameter. And click right about there. Drag this one out. The first one will be a 1/2 inch. Click and enter. Oh darn, that's a diameter. Let's just delete that. Let's and I'm going to turn off the snaps for a moment here. I think it's right about there, and this will be, we'll make the first one 0.25. and then go back to center diameter. And this next one up here will be 0.5. Now I'm going to go ahead, and you could position these. If you go to Parametric, go to Auto Constrain, click and drag a fence around everything. And you don't have to make a parametric. I like to make a parametric, but and then you could go to linear here and just add in the dimensions as they are in the training guide. That's 4. Hit enter. Hit enter again. Now click down here from that point to that point. 4. Enter. And then enter. So click on this point to this point, and that's 1.5. And you can see most of them already enter the dimensions that we were looking for. Make sure you don't accidentally get that triangle. That'll be 1.5. All right, now for the triangle, as you look here, let's see. I just want to see what the offset is. Okay, we're only like 0.25 off the edge. So for the offset of that, let's go to linear. Click on this point here to this point, and that will be 0.25. Let's see if it moves over. Okay, now move the whole block. Yeah, we could do that, but that's not really what we want. Control Z, and that's why it's good to lock things down. But we could actually utilize this as is, and we could put a lock down here in that corner so it won't move. And now we could go to linear, click on that point to this, and then make that 0.25. And it should move that over. Now they're both moving as though they're connected, which concerns me. I should have thought about that when I went over here. I'm going to go to show all, and apparently we might have gotten, yeah, coincident. Let's delete that. I'm just clicking on it and hitting delete. Right click, delete. All right, now we should be able to move this one over. So if we click from here to here, that should be I believe it's 0.5. Oh, it's still connected. All right, so maybe oh, there, we still have one there. Right click, delete. And now we should be able to just fillet that. Let's go to the fillet tool. So home, go to fillet, and everything needs a 0.25 radius. So here to here, enter, from here to here, enter, from here to here, enter, that, enter, enter. And now these two, enter, enter. All right, and I want you to do the rest of them because, again, at this point, you're at in a pretty good place for making these things. All right, now let's go to extrude, and I'm going to select this block here, hit enter, and just drag that down 1 inch, and we could shade it now. If we go back to the shaded, shades of gray, and then we could just use the press pull. So we could go to press pull, select this face here, drag that down. This will go a 1/2 inch, enter, click that one down. Let's make that a 1/2 inch as well. And then this one, drag down 0.5. All right, now these are going to be a little different. This one's going to be 0.6, enter, and then this one is going to be 0.62. All right, now do we need the drill tips on there? No, actually, when we do the machining part in the Mastercam, it will automatically put the 118-degree drill tip angle in the tip there. So we don't really need it on this model. It would be good to note it if you're sending it to a customer or someone who's going to do this work. All right, now that we have that done, we just save this. And I'm going to save this as E10B in my case. You could just save as E10. I've already made one, but you hit save. All right, and you could just close it, and then what you do is you get into Mastercam, And I'm going to actually close out of here. And now Mastercam, by the way, is free to download for students. What you have to do, you just go over here, go to Google, and you just type in Mastercam HLE for Home Learning Edition. Okay, and there it is. Download. Make sure it's Mastercam. Download Mastercam HLE, and put in your information here. And then you'll go ahead and you could just download a copy of that. Okay, so now we want to create this. So let's go to New. No, I don't want to save. All right, I'm going to go to File. Actually, I think we just open it now that I think about it, and you just find the E10 DWG. You could go to Computer here and actually browse for it and search for it. Okay, mine's on my desktop, and I'm just going to find that E10, open, and here it is. It will bring over some of the dimensions if they're there. Yours might not look exactly like mine. Now, you don't have to hold Control when you rotate, or Shift. You just go ahead and hold the middle mouse button down and you'll be able to rotate this. Now what we want to do first of all, we need to set up a machine. So there's a ton of different machines out there, hundreds if not thousands. And so you go to machine and then you could select, we're going to use a mill. Those others are more advanced, we're not going to use those today. So go to mill and just go with default. But this is where they would have the post processors. If you went to manage list, you would actually hopefully find the machine that you have. Let's say it's a Haas tool room milling machine, or TM1 is what they call it. You could maybe find that, or else you have to contact Haas, or you could contact Mastercam to get it. Sometimes you have to buy them. Sometimes they're free. It depends. All right, so, but if you go with the default, it's just a default controller, and that won't necessarily work with the specific machine. It's like selecting a printer and the right printer driver. So that's what that's all about. Okay, now over here we're going to do 2D really. I know it's like, well, but that's a 3D part, but really it's just, there's no contours in it. It's all straight at the bottom. So that's why they call it 2D or 2.5D. Let's go to Pocket. And now make sure it's set to solids. And by default, it really is pretty smart. It selects face and loop. So just select these faces under here, these three, not those two. Those two are different levels. They're going to be drilled. These are for milling purposes. So only those three. Hit the green check mark down below here. And now if you go to Tool, don't ever go with the default that they give you. You want to go to Select Library Tool and go to Filter and hit None, but then hit End Mill 1. Hit the green check, and then it gives us a very small amount of end mills to choose from. Otherwise, you got a ton of tools, and it's difficult to find things. Now, the first cut we're going to do, we're going to go in for roughing, and we want to go in fast, and that's the whole idea. You want these things done fast. So we're going to go with a 1/2 inch end mill right there, and this is a flat bottom end mill. So you'll see flat end. All right, now we go to, you can pick out a holder, but we're going to skip that right now. Go to Cut Parameters, and this is where you pick out your strategies. Now right here, stock to leave on walls, 50 thousandths it's going to leave. And so that's so when we do our finishing cut, it could come through and make a smoother cut later. All right, go to Roughing, and you'll see there's all these different strategies. And different strategies, I'm shocked at how beautiful the parts will come out depending upon what strategies people choose. And there's some very skilled guys out there, much more than I am, who know the best strategies. But we're going to go with high speed. All right, and there's some other options we're not going to go into. We're just scraping the surface of cam here. Now there's finishing and lead in and lead out. We're going to pass that. Let's go right to coolant. And you saw that coolant blasted in there. We want it to be on flood, but they have mist and through tools. Sometimes the tools have holes in them that allow the coolant to pass through. Let's hit the green check mark, and you can see it created our strategy. Now they have you verify, because this is like an AI basically doing this, so you want to check to make sure it doesn't just ram the tool in. So tools are very expensive. You don't want to break a tool if you can help it. So let's go ahead and take a look here. The way you do that, you click on the very top here, Machine Group, and then you go over here to the Verify Selected Operation. Now, what I neglected to do here was to actually pick out a piece of stock, so it didn't know what to go with. So I'm going to cancel. Now here's what you could do. Over here on the left, in the Feature Toolpaths, you hit the little plus symbol next to Properties and find Stock Setup. I neglected to do this part, I forgot, but what's so nice, it's forgiving. Over here, you just hit All Solids, and look at it, fills in the size of our block. Okay, we're good. Now go to Tool Settings. Now you could either have the feed calculation done, like how fast is it going to cut, from the tool, because there's very strong tools. There's high-speed steel, which is your standard tool. You have to go a little slower with that sometimes, things like that, or from material or defaults. We're going to go from the material. Now let's go to, over here we have aluminum 2024. Let's go to select and pick a different one. Instead of mill current, go to mill library. And we're going to go with 6061, which is like an aircraft-based aluminum. It's strong aluminum. Okay, let's pick that. And so for a stronger aluminum, it might slow the tool cutting down a little bit. Also, the feed is the feed rate at which how fast it moves along. All right, we're going to go ahead and go with that. Hit the green check. You see the red around there. We're in good shape, I believe. Let's go ahead and try it again. All right, and now we can see the outlines of our sketches that were left there, and that's good because we'll be able to see what it's going to do. So let's hit, keep it near slow here, otherwise it goes way too fast. Now it's also telling us how much time it's going to take, and like 5 minutes here. Let's hit play. It's not going to take us that long to simulate it, but here you can see, remember we told it to leave a little bit of stock, 50 thousandths of stock on the wall, so you see it's not touching the outer edge there. Nor did we assign drills yet. So let's go ahead, and we can see it's looking pretty good there. It's not crashing into the model. That's a good thing. Let's go up here, and we're going to now go back, and we're going to put in a finishing cut. So pocket again, and let's pick these same ones. Now, there are a lot of tricks out there where you could reuse the same picks from before. I'm not going to show you those. I actually don't know them all. I'm pretty much not that great at it. But anyhow, let's go back to Tool. And this time, instead of a ½ inch, let's go with something a little bit more finer. So we could get in there, go to Select Library Tool. We're going to go with, because those radiuses are 0.25, so it's a ½ inch diameter tool, could get in there. But let's go with like a 3/8, a little bit smaller, 3/8 drill. Or not drill, but end mill. Hit the green check. And let's go to roughing over here, and let's choose something else. Let's go with Morph Spiral. Just have a little fun with it. Pick one. And you can see what it's going to do. And let's go to finishing. Oh, let's go back to roughing, entry motion. We're not going to change anything major there. Lead in and out. And actually cut parameters. This is going to be our finishing cut. Let's go ahead and set that to 0. Get rid of the 5. We want it right up to the size it's supposed to be. Okay. Now, it should remember our coolant settings. Yep, flood is still on. We're in good shape. Let's hit the green check, and now you can see there's more scribbles on there. That's the actual path from the center of the tool. Let's simulate it now. Click on the very top of the tree there. Go to the Verify, and let's play it again. Now, it goes through the first process. Now, this is the second one. Notice it's a bit more detailed. And watch, it should cut right up to the edges. Now, that one, we never drew in. I never drew in the sharp edges. I actually put them in as fillets, 3D fillets, so that's why it's not going up to the edges. But there you go. All right. Now, let's look at a drill operation. Click back over here. Under 2D, let's go to drill. All right. Now, we only select one because remember they're different depths and they're different sizes. So click on the bottom edge of this. You want to go down to the floor is why I'm selecting through there. Okay, hit the green check. Now for the tool, let's go to Tool. Let's go to Select Library Tool. And it knew to go to this, but just in case it doesn't, remember, oh, that's fine. Yeah, go to Select Library Tool. Oh yeah, go to Filter and go to None. and then make sure drill is selected, just in case. I'm not sure what your setup's going to look like. Now you can see the drills. Now this is a 1/2" drill. Sometimes you want to remit, so you select a little bit smaller, but we're actually going to just go with the drill itself. So we're looking for a point, or 1/2. And so as we go down here, you see there's a lot, there's 1/4", so we're getting close. And there's 1/2. And you can actually, here, let me put the tool number up there. Tool number 162. So you could actually just scroll down till you find it. Hit the green check. And now you'll see there's stock and there's all these neat settings here. Now instead of drill counterbore, maybe we want it to break the chip. So we could select chip break and it pecks it, you might say, okay? So it breaks that chip. And because that could, if you're breaking drills, set it to that. That might help you out a little bit. All right, go to coolant and let's set it on flood and hit OK. All right, let's do one more. So back to machine group, go to drill and select the base of that and hit the green check. And now the tool. Let's go back to select library tool, and this one's a 1/4". So let's find the 1/4" here. There's an 1/8, so we're getting close. There it is, a 1/4. Tool 124. Hit the green check. And again, you could go to the parameters. It should remember our settings for the pecking and coolant. As you can see, it's still on. So we could just hit the green check here. All right, let's click on the very top here and simulate a whole process of everything. Now you could hit play. We could see the rough cut. Now here's the finishing cut. You could speed it up if it's going too slow for you. And this should cut all the way up to the edges here. Okay, beautiful. And there's the 2 drilling operations. So it actually did the drill. And if you rotate, you can see the drill tip is in there. So the 118-degree drill tip is visible there. Okay. Now, what you do at this point, sorry, bug. At this point, now you output it. And right here is G1. Now, on the HLE edition, it doesn't output it. So if you go to G1, it'll tell you it's not available. But at the college, when we start having this class in school, you'll be able to see it will output the G code, which is a program that you could then feed into your CNC machine. Now remember that post that I was talking about. When you select the machine, you'd go under there and make sure you have the proper post for your machine. Otherwise, it could do all types of things. And it's just slight variations in the language usually. And that's it. And that concludes exercise 10.
Welcome. Exercise 12, AutoCAD 2021. In this exercise, we take a look at the functionality within AutoCAD solids when using the rendering tools. And this is just a basic overview. It's not going to go into super high depth. But if you wanted to output this bottle as an example, as something that looks just rendered, here are some of the steps that we could do. First of all, when you have shades of gray turned on, that negates any of those options. So let's go ahead and turn on realistic. Now, make sure you go to the Visualize tab. If you don't have the Visualize tab, you could right-click on any of these tabs and Show Tabs and find Visualize. And if you're on 2022, like many of my students probably are right now because it just came out recently, this bar is a little bit swapped around. Like the materials browser is over here, I believe, and same with the renders over here. This realistic is over here. So you can find the icons, they all look the same. They're just a little bit in different spots. So you should be able to find them though. All right, so first of all, to go over, like you'll see there's this render to size. If you click on that little arrow under there, you'll see there's different sizes. There's like high definition. There's even much higher definition. So these are for beautiful large scale images. But the 800 by 600 is really nice just for a quick little rendering. It doesn't take long because the larger you get, the longer it may take depending upon the speed of your computer. So I'm going to leave it at 800 by 600. There's also settings for low, medium, and high, and lunch quality, overnight quality. So the higher you set it, the longer it's going to take. You can also render to the cloud, and it uploads it to Autodesk's online rendering service. And there is, I believe, as for students, you get some rendering time free, maybe. I'm not positive about that, but you can check into it. But normally, if you're a company, you have to pay for it. So, but it might be worth your while because it takes the resources away from your computer having to do that. Okay, so I'm going to, now to render it, let's just do a quick render to size. Click on the actual teapot. Now this is going to pop up in the medium image library. You could download it. I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to use the basics one that we're provided with here. And when I render it, yours might actually be completely black. It's because I have a presetting in here, and I want to show you how to do that. So yours probably isn't going to look exactly like that. Let me show you how to do that though. Under the teapot here, there's this render bar. Click on that. You'll see render environment and exposure. I have mine on, but turned off and render to size. This is probably more like what you're getting. That. Okay, so to activate that, just turn it on, and you'll see sharp highlights is set there. There's also plaza, there's dry lake bed, a lot of neat little options. Another thing, make sure that perspective's on, so type in PER down below here in the command line, and make sure perspective, select perspective. It should be set to 1. That means it's on. Perspective creates a vanishing point, much like when you look at a room from, or take a picture of a room from the backside, everything seems to get smaller the further it gets away. And that's what you just want to make sure that's on. If that's off, the renderings look a little fake. So this adds a venture of reality. Now, with that set, you'll see that there's exposure, there's white balance. I'm not going to tinker with those, but you are welcome to play with them. And I will leave it on dry lake bed for right now. Another thing we want to do is find the materials browser. The materials browser, this little checkered ball, is usually over here on the left on 2022, but I'm going to go ahead and click on it. Now you have the ability in here to enlarge, first of all, some of the thumbnails, like for here, text view, list view, thumbnail view. There's different settings. I'm going to go with don't want text view because I actually like to see it. We'll go with list. And then also there's the thumbnail size that you could adjust. So you can get a nice preview there, what you might want. But also in the Autodesk library, if you hit this little arrow here, you'll see there's concrete, finishing, coat, floors, glass, liquids, masonry, so on and so forth. In this case, I'm going to go all the way down. I actually want to stick with metals just because I love the reflective effects of metals. You get to see some nice images, but feel free to go with plastic because as we know, the bottle would likely be a plastic or a polymer as they're known. All right, and so from there you could scroll down and find something you like. Like for example, I'm going to go with a chrome, and this is polished blue, polished black. Interesting. I'm going to go ahead and put that in my library, so my documents area. So I'm going to click on that little arrow, and that brings it up there. Now, what I can do is, right now this is selecting, this is actually a collection of surfaces. So that's why I'm getting that. But if I click and drag a fence to surround everything, and if you have a solid, if you click on it, it just selects everything by default. You can now just click on Chrome, and then it gives you this effect. Now in the realistic setting, you get this, which doesn't look like much. And if you rotate, you'll see it's, because there's not much reflecting off of it. Now, what we can do is let's go ahead and take a look, render to size, and see what it looks like with the renderer. Okay, and there we're getting a much more dramatic effect. You could see it kind of looks like the Terminator 2 movie character, the T-1000, that a liquid metal. Now let's see if we want to dress that up a little bit. Let's go and we'll add gold metal. And I want to add it just to these surfaces here and here, and the bottle neck. Click on it. All right, let's render it again. Render to size. And there you can see the effect that we're getting. Now, if you want to add even more to it, like where you get a better shadow effect, I like to add a floor. So in my own custom floor. So I'm going to go home here and just make sure that your grid is on. You can turn the snap to grid. And as long as your part was built on top of here, you won't have to move it if it was built on the X, Y, and Z coordinate there. Or I should say the world coordinate. So here I'm going to go, you'll see that there's primitives. I'm going to go with box. And then right about here, I'm going to click and drag out a box around it. I'm just eyeballing it. Once I get to the size I like, click and then drag it down a little bit. And I'm only going to make it like 0.3 thick or so. I could turn off the grid snap. Now let's zoom up to that and let's try rendering it now. Now also, by the way, under home, your filter, if you want to select individual faces, and I failed to show this to you earlier because this is a collection of surfaces, so I didn't need this, but you would select face, and then you could select individual faces if it's a solid. All right, now let's go ahead and try rendering this again. So we have to go back to visualize and render to size. And now you can see the floor, and you get this cool little shadow effect. Now, there might be a way to get the shadow effect on the base. I'm not sure, but that's why I like to put a floor in. Now, we could actually add a material for the floor as well. So let's say we have this aluminum flat. Let's add that. And now select the floor. Click on the aluminum. And let's give it another render to size. You could hit do not show this dialog. I'm going to leave mine active because I do probably, one of these days I'm going to try and do that. And look at that. Look at the effect you're getting now by making that material at the bottom. In this case, it's metal, and we get this lighting effect, which is pretty outstanding. Now, if you want to make a much higher resolution image, of course, or if you want to save this, and this is good enough to send in to me, and those of you who are taking my course, the 118, you could just go to save right here. And then you have the ability to save it. PNG or JPEG are good ones. They're compressed formats. PNG is almost a lossless renderer. So basically, if JPEG has a tendency to degrade, whereas PNG is better. So that's why you'll hear they recommend PNG these days. But JPEG's fine too for this, or making a portfolio. All right, so you would just export it out that way. Now, I have tried to print here as a PDF, and I've had some issues with it sometimes, but you could give that a shot too. With the renderer, for some reason, the images don't come out as I'd expected, but I'm not going to go through that. That might just be operator error on my case. Okay, so with that being said, now that we know how to add some of those things, we could set it to a higher resolution, like here's 1080. That's what you have on your HD TV, a typical HD TV, not a 4K, of course. 4K goes much higher than that. But let's go ahead and we could even set it higher here, like I'll set it to high, and render to size. Click on it. Okay, now this little box that it gives you can be expanded to fit it. And look at that. Oh boy, does that look much better with the higher resolution. And now you're getting up there in the quality that you would want for a portfolio piece for a beginner. And you can see it's rendering. If we take a look here at my computer, I am actually running with a Ryzen 3950, which has 16 cores and 32 threads. And here you could see all of the threads, and they were, while it was rendering, it doesn't look like it was using all of them, strangely enough. Let's go ahead. I just want to try that again. I'm going to hit render. I'm just curious. And this, you don't have to know this part of it. Oh, look at that. It is. It's using all of the CPUs. So those of you who have a higher performance processor, it's definitely worthwhile, especially in a company. I have about 32 megabytes of RAM, but it doesn't look like we're using much of that here. All right. And so again, you would just go to save and save it, give it a name, save it. I would recommend PNG, and then you could upload that on D2L. Now, if you want just the basic types of rendering. You could go and I have a video posted for that too. Actually, this is my third video, so I've very basic, and then I go up to medium, and then this is a little bit more advanced. All right, and that concludes this exercise.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Chris Sikora, and I'm going to step you through AutoCAD 2021 3D assembly, basically just a DWG file with 2 components in it, as you can see up there, and we're going to convert it to a sketch. And this is actually our midterm exam. So it's a review for the midterm exam. What I just ask is that you could use it to practice it as much as you like, but when you take the exam, don't cheat yourself. Actually do it on your own after perhaps watching this. All right, first of all, this information can be found if you go to Vertanu 1, B-E-R-T-A-N as in Nancy UX 1, and go to the exams. And I would grab the Inventor Basics midterm. There probably will be an AutoCAD midterm up there someday, but for right now you could just use this because it's basically the same thing. There are some instructions, and quite honestly the instructions can still be used because they're very basic, but they do give you the points for each component as well as the part or the assembly in the drawing. And this is our goal ultimately, is to make that drawing, or what you saw earlier. Now here are the parts. Like, this is not something that you have to make a drawing of, but you have to make the part inside. You have to model it up. So it's a bottle. It's 2.5 inches in height for the bulk of it. The neck is another additional 1/2 inch. And it's 2 inches in diameter, and the neck is only 1.5 inches in diameter. There's going to be some fillets we're going to put on to smooth out the sides, and then we're going to shell it out at 100 thousandths. So 0.1 for the typical fillet, 0.1 for the typical wall. The cap is a little more complex. As you can see here, we have a couple stair steps. We're actually going to build it on the bottle to utilize some of the geometry from that, because the neck is the same size as the hole. Now here we have the neck, or I should say the hole is only going to go 0.4 deep. All right, and then there's this additional 100 thousandths thickness, and then there's a cap on the top of that that's 1.9 in diameter, and it's 0.1 as well. Okay, and so then we're going to put this array of circular diameters. Let's see here. They're 0.1 diameter. I tried to keep the numbers really easy, so you could just almost do this in your sleep once you've practiced a couple times. And ultimately, there's kind of what we want. We want a front view, bottom view, section view, detail view, isometric view with the balloons and the parts list or bill of materials, whatever we want to call it. And there's going to be a bottle and a cap and so on. Now, the exploded view that you see here is going to be extra credit. You could just bring in this view that I have here if you want. But for 20 points extra credit, I will show you at the very end a technique where you could get this. Now, it's not easy, and that's why I'm giving it extra credit, because I did it a couple times, and several times it came out wrong, and I'm not entirely sure why, but I eventually got it right here, as you can see. So let's begin. I'm going to start with a new drawing and use the AutoCAD 3D, the one we use all the time, and go to the Home button and then Top. Now let's proceed. I'd like to actually, once we get home here, I like the 2D wireframe, but it's up to you, whatever you want. Okay, I'm going to turn on the grid snap, and I'm going to proceed to go over here to the center diameter. And the bottle we're going to design first, and that's a 2-inch diameter for the main portion of the bottle. So we're going to click on that center point, drag it out, type in 2, hit enter, and then we're going to go ahead, let's go back to the Home button, and we'll proceed to extrude that. So click on extrude, select the geometry, hit enter. It should be able to drag it up. If you like, some of you don't like wireframe, and I get that. I'm going to go with conceptual. Oops, that's making me reset there. Let's go back to extrude. Oh, there we go. Okay, and this should be 2.5. zoom up. We could click on this little button right here that will bring us up closer. All right, now we're going to go ahead and draw another diameter. And we want it centered here on the top. And just click and drag out a circle and make it 1.5. 1.5. And we could go to, now we could do press pull. Let's go ahead and give it a try. And now I'm going to turn off my snaps. Okay, click inside there, drag it up, and make it 0.5. Now, one of the advantages that occurs with press pull is that sometimes it could actually merge the two bodies, versus if you use extrude, they're two separate bodies that later have to be united, as we've seen before. And sometimes, like in this case, it united them for us automatically. So that there was a bit of an advantage for that, to use it that one time. But I've gotten it where it's not. So just be aware sometimes if they don't both highlight when you hover over it, it's an indicator that it didn't put them together. And it might be due to a sloppy sketch or something if I've done that before, and I know I have. All right, now we put the fillets in, and it's very important to do this in order. So fillet edge, radius, and 0.1, enter. Select this edge here. Select that one there. Now, if you try and click on this edge, it says it can't. That might be that you need to unite this part, and the union is right here. You just click on both of those and click on both of these and hit enter. And then you can try to put the fillet on. All right, but as you can see, these all worked. And it is important to get these in first. I'm going to hit enter and enter. So enter 2 times. And we have it. Now, the last thing you do is just shell. So go to shell, click on the model, and then click on that top surface, and it should turn white or different color there. That's the face that's going to be removed. Hit enter, and now enter 0.1. Enter. And then just hit exit right here. And exit again. All right, there's our bottle. 50 points right there for you. Okay. Now we're going to move on. Let's go to the home button here, and we're going to proceed to make some different layers. So let's go to layer properties. And for an assembly, as we learned with the assemblies exercise, I think that's the 5th exercise 5. This is similar to what we did. Go ahead and click on new up here. We'll call this bottle. And then click on new again. The next one, we'll call it cap, and click on it again. And this one is only if you want the extra credit. Put cap 2. All right, and then click off of it. You can change the colors if you like. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to leave mine all the same. It doesn't really matter to me. Okay, and I'm going to close this. Now I'm going to select the bottle and place that over here on the bottle layer. Now as I hover over, it'll say, look at that, the color is by layer, and then it says layer is the bottle. Now, what we're going to do next is we're going to go ahead and model the cap. Now for the cap, we're going to model it literally on the bottle. So what we're going to do here is let's go to the diameter, center diameter, hover over this edge, and we're looking to get the center point. There it is. I had to hover over the edge of the neck of the bottle to get this center point. I'm going to click and drag this out. Now this first one is going to be 1.8 in diameter. And proceed to extrude that. Click on it. And notice I picked extrude. I didn't pick press pull because it might actually merge or unite with the bottle. We want them separate volumes. Okay, so anyhow, so I went with extrude and enter, drag that up, and it's only 0.1 for the height. Now let's go back to circle, center diameter. Hover over this until you get that top. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Now we see it appear. Click, drag out another circle, 1.9 this time. And I think even if I use press pull, because it overlaps, it comes out as separate. But let's give it a, no, we better go with extrude. I just thought it might confuse some of you. Okay, let's go with extrude and select that outer edge, hit enter, and this is 0.1 for the height. Now, immediately I would recommend to put the fillet on. The number one thing on this test that's missed is the fillet. So that's 20 points if you miss the fillet. So make sure you edit and go to fillet, go to radius, and it's already a 0.1, so we're in good shape. Hit enter and select that edge and hit enter, enter. All right, now we want to merge those two as well. Let's actually, we're gonna go home and go over here to the bottle and hide the bottle. Okay. Now click over here and let's rotate it around. Now what we need to do is we need to make the next diameter here, a couple diameters. And you know what, we could actually delete this one. We don't really need that anymore. Okay, let's go to first merge those. So unite them. Go to union, select this, select that, hit enter. So now they're one. Now let's go to the bottom and let's go to circle the diameter. And let's hover over the edge here to wake up the center. Oh, it's not doing it for us. Let's get, come on. All right, we're just going to go ahead and let's rotate it a little bit. Shift and middle wheel. Okay, maybe we'll get a better highlight there. I think we've got it. Come on. All right, that's okay. Let's go to turn on the grid. Because it is centered, we should be able to get it centered. Is that centered? Let's go back to bottom. Interesting, it still doesn't want to. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to actually steal the edges of the 1.8 because we need that anyhow. Or, no, you know what? Yeah, we could go ahead and do that, I suppose. We could press pull. Let's click on the bottom, drag it down, and we want it to go down 0.4. All right. Now let's try and put the neck of the bottle in here and turn off your snap. Okay, and there it is. Click, and that time it worked really well. So, okay, now we want 1.5, and we could actually use press pull again. Click on that, drag it up 0.4. My original plan was to have an outline and just extrude it down so we didn't have to do that step, but that's okay. We still got to the same result. And I have students ask, like, do I have to do it exactly like you? As long as the geometry is correct, you do it the way you feel is best. Mine are just techniques that I have. There's probably a dozen ways to do this. Okay, now let's, we're going to go ahead to the bottom. And I'm actually, sometimes, you know what, I keep forgetting, sometimes wireframe is a little bit easier to navigate, especially when you're clicking on entities. All right, now this next one we want, the 1.8. Now I can't see it. Let's see. You know what? It's best with shaded with gray. Go with bottom. All right, that's better. A little bit easier to see. Okay, go to the diameter. Snap to this quadrant right here. Oh, you know what? We're better off, quite honestly, center radius. Watch this. Snap to that quadrant on the second ridge, and then snap to this quadrant on the outer ridge. And now it called me a liar. I'm going to Control Z. Let's do that one more time. Here. And I'm just going to make it 0.1 because that's what I know it's supposed to be. And I picked radius, Control Z. I'm leaving in the mistakes because you can actually see the types of mistakes that are made. I'm going to click draw this out, 0.1. So I went with diameter. My apologies, but I do leave the mistakes in because these are common mistakes that many of you probably might make. And it's good to see how you fix them. All right, now we could see it's right there. I'm going to go to Extrude. I'm going to select that circle, hit Enter, and this is going to go 0.5. That brings it right up to the ridge. Now, if there's a gap there after making a 0.5, somewhere you modeled it incorrectly. Okay, so, and to be honest, throw it on a different layer, start a new cap if that's the case. You can try and fix it. This is not a, this is a partial parametric modeler. It really, the modeler actually isn't parametric. It's the sketches that are parametric. So, and we're not using that right now. So unfortunately, to edit it, you might be better off, quite honestly, just modeling it again. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and pattern this. So I'm going to go over here to the polar array, select that. Notice I haven't merged them yet. We'll do that after we get this done. Hit Enter. And now it's looking for a center point. Click right on that center there. And I'll go up here, and we're going to set it to 50 instances. Hit Enter. And then make sure associative is turned off. Associative, if you leave it on, I've had issues where it doesn't unite with the other bodies easily. So just be aware. Make sure you turn that off. Otherwise, you have to explode it. If you didn't turn that off, you have to use this right here. Explode and select it, and it'll explode the array. Keeps them in position, it's just that you can then select them individually. All right, now we could go ahead and go over here to Solid Union, click on the cap, and just proceed to click and drag a fence around everything. Hit Enter, and we've got our solid. Let's hit Escape, and now we can put that, let's select it actually, and we're going to put that on cap. Okay, and go back home. Hit Escape. All right, let's bring back the bottle. So turn on the light bulb. And now if you zoom out, now we're going to, now again, only if you want the extra credit, do this part. If you don't care about the extra credit, don't worry about it. It's 20 points though. It's almost worth as much as a full exercise. Not quite. Exercises are worth 30, so 20 is not bad though. All right, so we're going to go over here to copy. Now, I'm going to go ahead and select the cap, Enter, and then I want to move it. So select that. You could drag it up and get it to maybe about just over an inch away, like mine's 1.1. You could type in a value if you want, click, and then hit Escape. Now make sure you drag it straight so it's directly above it. Now, guess what we're going to do with that? Click on that, set that to cap 2. And since now that's set on cap 2, click on this and turn off cap 2, hide it. Now let's save what we have. Actually go to File, Save As, and I'm going to drop mine on my desktop. And we'll go ahead and give this a name, just MT for midterm. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and make the drawing. So to move on to that part, right-click on Layout 1, from Template. We're going to use one that's already in there. So the sheet sets, and everyone has this, Manufacturing Imperial. And it's a C size, so that's okay. Hit Open. And you'll see right there, ANSI C size, hit OK. All right, now it should appear down below here. So click on that. And let's zoom up a little closer. Now we could start dropping in. You're going to have to go to the Layout tab, go to Base, Model Space. Click right about there. And the orientation is good. Let's go to Hidden Lines and just visible lines we want. And scale looks pretty good. We'll leave it at the scale that it's given us. And visibility, let's turn on tangent edges. Yes. Do you want it foreshortened? And I like them foreshortened sometimes. Let's go ahead and select yes. And now hit exit. And exit again. Now drop one down below. And go ahead and drop one up here in the upper right, the isometric. Click. Now you have to right click and enter. And there they are. You could double click on this one here and go to Hidden Lines and Shaded with Visible Lines. And then exit. Okay, so there's our shaded. Note that shaded views aren't always acceptable for every view, so be careful. For portfolio, I actually did some with shaded because I thought they looked cool, but some companies don't like, well, it shows a sign that you don't really work in industry. So I don't think I would recommend it. Like, do it similar to what we're doing here and you should be fine. Okay, now I'm gonna move this up a little bit. Now, just as a general note, I don't know if I showed this to you in the last one. I don't think it did last time we did assemblies. If you click on this, it gives you all the different scales that you could pick from. We're going to leave it as is. It's set to 1:1, which is fine. Okay. Now, click one time on that view, go to Section, and go to the bottom and hover over that midpoint there, and then move down a little bit below it. Click and drag it straight through a little bit above it. Click. And now right click and enter. Drag this off to the right here. Click and just hit exit. All right, there's our section view. Let's do a detail view now. I like to pre-select the views. It just seems a little smoother when you do that. Go to detail. And right over here, we're going to click here. Drag out the circle so the B is outside off the part. Click, and let's drop that right about there, and just hit exit. All right, now for the, we're going to do the bill of materials, and like I said last, I'll show you the exploded view. Okay, all right, now the bill of materials. Now we have to make it manually in here. There might be a way to link them. I bet you there is somehow to where you can make a smart one, but I don't know about that. Someone feel free to post a link down below if you have a video that does it. Anyhow, I'm going to show you how to make one here. So let's go to Annotate, and we see Table. All right, for the table, start from Empty Table, Preview, and the columns should be 3, column width 2.5 is fine. Data rows 2 because we only have 2 parts. And row height 1 is fine. We're in good shape here. Just make sure that those all match mine and hit OK. And I'll just drop that up here. When it snaps that corner, you're in good shape. Now right away it starts flashing. It wants us to drop in thing. We could call this parts list. Okay, then click in the next cell, double click in there, and with justification, let's see. That's not let me, I'm just going to do, oh, it's already at middle and center. Okay, make sure it's at middle and center. And this one is going to be called, let's see, part number. Okay, now click in this next cell, double click in it, and this one's going to be description. And then double click in this one here, and this will be the quantity, QTY period. Okay, now this is the one, oh, it actually is set, the justification is word, oh no, see, look at this, justification switched. So make sure you select middle center, And in this case, we're going to type in part number 1. And I like to do this. I select it, Control C, click in the cell below it, Control V, because then it center justifies, change it to 2 so I don't have to go up there all the time. All right, now quantity, I'm going to go over here, double click in there, Control V, double click in here, Control V. And interestingly enough, this one did not pick up my justification, so I'm going to have to go back to justify, middle, center. Oh, nor did this one. Interesting. So that one too. And we could set this up, I believe there was in the options and I just didn't do it. But anyhow, okay, now description. Part number 1 will be the bottle. And part number 2 will be the cap. And capital letters should be used. All right, so we have that set. Let's move this over a little bit more. And maybe move this over too. Okay, now over here, let's make some alterations. Double click on the text. I'll hit escape. For some strange reason, that comes up the first time I double click, then I hit escape, I double click again, and I get this. This is what I'm looking for. Anywhere where you see hash marks, like the sheet name, like let's click on that, and down here, I'm actually just going to put in midterm, apply. I'm going to scroll up. There's more hash marks, enter sheet number. You could just delete that. And then go over here to sheet number here, wipe that out. Again, anywhere where there's hash marks. Let's go down. Let's see what else we have here. And then the manufacturing check date. Let's get rid of that. Okay. And finally, there should be contract number. We don't need that, of course. Let's get rid of this. Okay, and the date, I've had it where it actually puts the date in correctly. Let's see, we want drawn date. Let's come up with a revision date there. That's not what I was looking for. But there we have April 2nd. Okay, and apply it. There we go. It didn't do it. Don't worry about that so much. I just wanted to make sure you had that one. That's something there. I'm not too concerned about the date, but you can tinker around with it if you want. Okay, so now we need to put in some text. So go to multi-text, and let's make it match. Let's this. I believe this is the one it's using. Let's go ahead and plop it in right there. Oh, that's really big. Okay, I'm going to put in Chris S. And then click off of it. And I'd like you, those of you who are in my class, put your full name in it, because remember, we have a lot of similar names. I teach over 100 students a semester, and so just in case, I'd like you to do that. All right, now we need the center mark here, so don't forget the center mark. Click on center mark up there, and select this edge, and we're in good shape. All right, and you can do center line. I don't ever have anyone do the center line in here, but and besides, that's why, never mind. Okay. Now this is all you need. Those of you who, if you want just an A, full 100% credit, you could at this time do an export out. Like you go here to export PDF and go ahead and export that out. You should be able to get it. Another thing you could do an alt print screen on your keyboard and paste that into a Word document, Make sure it's big enough that I can see it, so you might want to rotate it 90 degrees so it appears in the Word document on 8.5 by 11. That's fine too. And send that to me. Try and save them as PDF so it's nice in a compressed format. And it's easily open, it's easily edited. Okay, but now I want to show you for the 20 extra credit points. Here we go. And let's cross our fingers because I've had it fail on me before. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go Layout. All right, and Insert View. All right, now notice it brings us back here. Okay, that's fine. What we want to do is we want to go Home, and instead of 2D wireframe, I'll leave it a 2D wireframe, I'm sorry. Go to the Layers and activate Cap 2, but deactivate the cap, so turn off the cap. And so now it looks like it's hovering above it. Now you can zoom out, click up here, and click and surround it with a rectangle. Try and get it in as tight as you can. Click again, and hit Enter. And it brings us back here. Fit that rectangle right there. And I know you're thinking, hey, that looks kind of funny. Now watch this. Double click. Oh, darn it. And look at that. It popped the cap off the top. And I've had this happen before. I don't know how sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. Not sure why, but I'll try and fix that. So under here, first of all, Custom View. Actually, let's go to 2D wireframe. And you should be able to double click. Well, all right, we're going to go with Realistic. There's Realistic. And we could leave the grid on, but I'd prefer you to turn off. So go down here, turn off the grid. It just looks a lot better. And you could click off of it. And now you'll see you could change the scale. Go over here. And let's make it a 1:1, just like the other one next to it. And there it is. Now, interestingly enough, this one has had some bizarre effect, but that's okay. Now what I want to show you is how to put the notes in here. So the balloons, we want bill of material balloons. So over here, we're going to go to Layout. Oh, actually Annotate. All right, and instead of Standard, I want you to go with Annotative. And go over here to the leaders, and we're going to set it up for Annotative. Go to Modify. And we're going to content, we want actually instead of, let's see here, that's all fine, blocks, and I'm not seeing what I'm looking for. Let's see here, did I miss it? Okay. And for some reason, I'm drawing a blank. I cannot find what I'm looking for. If someone notices it, I'll try and put it up there, as I know I've found it before. We're basically just trying to get a balloon around our bubble here. And for some odd reason, I'm just not seeing it today. Text height, style. Block. There we go. Okay, go to Block. Detail callout. We want circle. And we look good here. I think we're in good shape. Okay. So now we could go ahead, set current, and close. Now when we go to multi-leader here, I'm going to do it on here because it seems to work better for right now, but you can do it on the exploded view, and that's preferable. You click, drop that off, and now this is the cap, and the cap was part number 2, remember, so just type in 2 and hit OK. And where did it go? Let's try that again. Okay, so today I'm having some difficulty with that. Not entirely certain why this is having trouble with this. Let's hit, okay. Apparently you have to hit enter afterwards, and I just forgot that. Let's try that again. Multi-leader, click. This is 2, enter, and then okay. All right, it's calling me a liar today. Anyhow, if you have difficulty with that, go ahead and just send me the best you can and tell me when I grade it, okay, that it was doing it, because if it happens to me, I want to be fair. That, you know, if it happens to me, I'm not gonna knock you on it. Okay, I'm gonna try it on this now, and you'll see this one is a little quirky too from time to time. Click, drop that off. That one is going to be 1, enter. Okay, that one worked just fine. Let's try it again. And sometimes you have to zoom up, and you want to get one of those little triangles to appear. Click, drag it off. 1, enter. Okay. It's very strange that it's not working on there, but it's possible because, remember, I have that in a hidden state in the layers. So it's possible that's causing a problem there. I bet you that's what it is, in fact. Now, as far as this one goes, let's see. I'll try and update that view. Perhaps I could get that one to close. Very strange. I had that happen once, and I did it a couple times. Anyhow, if you're trying for the extra credit and that happens to you, I'm still going to give you full credit. So I'm going to try and fix this video and figure out what went wrong there. But because it's happened before, and then other times it doesn't. So probably operator error on my part. Anyhow, I hope you enjoyed this test. It is a very good test for figuring out learning how to use this software, at least the foundations, the 3D side. And remember, just go ahead to output this, just go to export PDF. I'm going to do it right now. And let's see, under options, AutoCAD PDF, we're in good shape there. Usually you could just hit save, and let's see what it comes out to. There it is, beautiful. All the settings are already there for you, so you don't have to tinker with everything. Okay, that concludes the midterm exam.